even Joppa soos hy nou is 'n
Net met 2 goed. Hy's net met 2 goed baie sterk.
Oh, I wacht actually.
Persuasion and deception.
I'm still waiting for the DM to tell me what she thinks about the idea that I've had. Well, I haven't received an answer because she probably does not want to. Remember, I sent you that. Oh, which one? Let me just tag you in it again.
Ek kry net veel messages. En dan kyk en ek lees hulle.
No, we talked about it.
If I didn't answer, then you've got my answer.
Then it's
Yes,
a
you
no.
probably then you don't want me to do it.
If she didn't answer, it's probably a no. Don't be a jack. Don't be a jack, be lekker.
Vir daai ding. You can try. You can try and see what happens.
Wording.
Exactly.
All about wording.
Yep.
I don't want to take it. I want to borrow it.
For what?
Well, if you borrow it, you're not taking it. So when all your troubles is gone, then that is also gone again.
Hello.
I don't know how to.
Okay, everyone's here. Let's go.
Ek is nie reg nie.
If I did click on this. Let's become. I'm just checking something. Yeah, then the lowest is a 23 that can be rolled.
Tokens bymekaar kry. Hulle moet nou eers almal oorgedrag word. Ek het gou 'n map gefix. Met al die tokens. So toe gaan.
Some it worked. Interesting.
En daai delete.
Let's see. What attack do I have? I don't.
You have unarmed strike.
Not true that. Technically, I got claws as well. That's what I have.
I just rolled 2 2s in a row for spell attack. There's the one. Got to see the beholder.
The beholder.
Yeah, that comes out of the net one.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, I need to change that. I've got the dice now. I need to change the dice to test it out.
En onthou wie se kamer is, wie se net is daar. Something like that. Okay.
Savaris, Swain, Kilon. Savaris' girlfriend.
Girlfriend, ja. Nee. Nee.
Japa, Zeke.
Ja. Ja, Zeke en Jenka is op 'n ander plek en ek dink dis waar ons gaan begin. Ek gaan daar begin. Because there's a conversation.
Another one.
Ja, heel womel, so ja. So, ja. And I built a map specifically. Ag, jy nou wil die hond eers weer in. Bok, weet jy. Moet ek die hond laat in. Grazie. Goed, julle.
Really?
It's chilly, chilly. Chilly, chilly. Okay. Amelie, is everybody here?
Hmm.
Nice. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nice. Okay. Easy. Should join for a session. Should join.
Yeah. Him and Jappel and Keelan and Sven will get along super well.
Oh, my buck. Yes. Yes. Easy.
You have a
Jabba,
chill-out session with them
Sven,
chatting.
and Kilon. Those four. Oh my goodness. They will be something else.
Will they?
Yes.
Oh yes, they will.
That will be hilarious to have in the session.
Now we don't know where he is. He's supposed to be studying something somewhere in the dungeon. Or in the jungle. You never know.
Forest.
He always did
area.
strange things. I never knew what he smoked, but smelled nice.
Okay. Just need to move.
What the fuck sê julle? What the fuck? Wat is ek missing of lost in die conversation? Want
Ja.
fuck julle maak nie sin nie.
Jeros.
Easy. The Erganassi. Through it.
Yeah.
Hoe het 'n spaam uitgekom?
He's in the
It's in chat.
stream.
Wow. Hulle praat met hom op Twitch.
Yeah.
He smoked your head.
Anyway, where are we? We are gonna start here.
Wat the fuck gaan hier aan?
It's a bar in the harbor.
Weet jy.
Elf pirate.
Yeah, very descriptive.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. Reasons.
Oh, you said list of work.
Oh, I had to make barmaids, so.
Yeah, but the only one is named.
Isn't that one's also named.
I just have one question.
That one's here to drink. Yeah.
There's a pink dragonborn playing a flute.
He's not playing a flute, he's playing a
Yeah,
lyre.
lyre.
Here, yeah.
Loot.
or
And it's
whatever.
purple.
Mm-hmm.
Close enough.
All these instruments.
Is Chapper feeling a little bit like there's competition there?
Oh no, Jappa's not a singer, so that's fine.
No,
Someone
it was
stepping in on his turf.
it was more the reason I mentioned there is a bard that was playing music, so I grabbed an old token from another campaign. That was their bard. It was a dragonborn. I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna use that one. It's the closest that I have now of a bard that actually has a.
Don't tell Damien. Maybe he needs to get married to him.
I was already married, thank you.
It's another attempt by his
Another-
parents.
Yeah,
Definitely not
there's
purple.
still a lot to do there, but I've put that on the back for now, on the back burner.
Agenda.
There we are.
On the agenda.
It's on the agenda, yeah. First, it's now Zeke and Sylvaris on my list.
I'm okay.
Yeah,
Oh, I remember
okay.
this. Nice, that was the plan for today.
Nope.
Sylvaris' party.
Oh yeah, no, that's also happening.
Nope. It's, I've not even extended an invitation. So how is that gonna happen tonight?
You don't want
Oh,
to do
easy.
that, so you're doing it in session.
It's not. There's literally not been time to do it. So if we're having a session with the parents tonight, no time.
No time. No time.
It's happening.
Okay. let's do this.
Oh, there's enough time. You can send the letters out now. We take 2 long rests, and then you have time.
No, too long rest. Chop chop. No, with everything, there's there's actually a lot that's supposed to happen tonight. So yeah, we'll see if we get around to everything. Okay. This thing is annoying me and I can't fix it on the screen. Yeah, Zeke, you and Jenka are at the Clumsy Crabs bar at the harbor, or the docks, or whatever you want to call it. You've been chilling and chatting to Reggie for a little bit. He's giving you some information here and there. Just having a cool chat. Yeah, Jenka looks like she's doing a little bit better. She seems to be enjoying herself. Yeah, you've spotted some weird elf, one of the pirates that's been having this weird, intense look on his face the whole night, sort of, I don't know, almost like eyeing her. But he hasn't really been able to figure out what it is. I will need you to make me another con save, please. DC is
That's
now
me.
16.
Let's see how the Lego Dice does. Oh yeah, that's very good.
It just keeps going higher and higher.
Yeah, like I failed my what was the DC 13 or 14? I failed that one, but after that I have been.
Yeah, you got tipsy and then it just
He's on a
from
roll.
there. Yeah, because I started the DC at 14, and then he failed it. Then he got a 13, so he was a little bit tipsy, and then he kept on drinking with Reggie, and then I upped it to 15, and you got also something in the 20s, I think. And yeah, so you know he got a like a second breath, and so sort of like continued and everything. And now it's 16, 27. Yeah, no, he's fine. Let's see. Let's do one for Reggie. Jenka hasn't really been drinking. She keeps losing her alcohol somewhere. Oh. Reggie is starting to slur his words. I rolled a 2.
Haven't matched the finest can't hold with mercenaries. Lightweights. It's all that salt water they also drink.
Yeah, so yeah, he's definitely fucking slurring his words right now. The last sort of like conversation, or the last thing that he basically said was like, you know, now my friend, you said she went soft. Me, I would never. I value my head. Okay. Yeah, Jenka will then come over after a little while, her bruised and battered face, you know, that she's basically showing off to the whole world. The bar by this time has sort of just accepted it. As I mentioned, when you walked in, there was a few little gasps and stares and a few things. But after a little while, she'll come over and she'll let Zeke know, you know, she's just quickly going to the bathroom so that he doesn't have to worry. He's not sort of like disappearing. She'll just let him know that she's going off that way. And then disappears for like a couple of minutes. She's barely out of the room. Then he will see the elf that has been staring at her also start to get up and move that way.
You're really pushing something, eh, DM?
Me? Never. I don't do stuff like that. I don't know where you get your information from. You are grasping at straws.
Sure. We could keep an eye on the situation because this guy has been staring at her. I take it it's actually a unisex loo that they go into.
Well, it's not like a unisex. They're separate stalls.
No. What I mean is it's the same hallway they go in here.
Yes.
So technically unisex.
Yes, basically, yeah. Just it's sort of like the same hallway. They're all. Oh shit! I forgot to-
Have their own little stall and everything. I don't know how girls' bathrooms work, but men usually have their own stalls as well in the bathrooms.
Yeah, you know, you're at the docks at a at a sort of like a piratey bar. They grew up on ships together. This shit doesn't bother them that much. So
So now Zeke will just entertain the increasingly getting drunk Reggie and keep his eye on this elf who has been staring at her, to see if he also goes into the bathroom before he does anything.
he
Because-
is making his way towards the area, the bathroom. Yes, I'm gonna move him now. I just forgot to put this piercing back.
Is this the entrance to the bathroom?
No, it's this little area here.
Oh, okay.
It's like
So
a
I
little
came from
archway. Yeah. So,
yeah, so I can from my position then actually see if he actually enters the bathroom.
yeah. Right about there is sort of the entrance. I know, I hurt. But yes, he does enter it.
Okay.
Yeah, Reggie being super fucking drunk, will continue, you know, topping up their mugs and just chilling and vibing to whatever the bard is playing, as a bunch of rowdy pirates are enjoying their sort of like evening. Some of them, while she's gone, they move back over to the table, getting ready for another game of sort of like the dice game that they've been playing the whole evening, or majority of the evening.
Okay, seeing the guy going in and most of the ruckers now moving to other tables, Zeke will just look at Reggie and say, you have to excuse me, friend, I just have to go quickly drain the lizard.
He gives a nod, and as he gets up, he makes sure that Zeke's mug is filled for when he gets back, and he just gives a sort of like a drunken salute as he leaves.
Zeke gets over the bathroom, also intending actually to use it, because he has been drinking quite a bit now today. Also enters it.
As he does, Jenka has her back towards sort of like the door, so she doesn't see either of them to like enter. It's before she actually heads into the stall. And Zeke will see him basically reach out, trying to grab her by the arm.
Zeke will just call it, "Oh, friends," but in a threatening way. I guess I can't know how to do threatening myself. Oh, friends, I think she's good to go to the loo herself.
He spins around, and so does she. Sort of quite a surprised look on his face. He has an angry look on his face the moment that he hears Zeke is there. He gives him a sort of like this this disgusted look, like, no one asked for your opinion today.
Typical elf, basically.
Hey, that's racist.
It's not racist if it's true.
Ooh.
Is that how it works? So if you're right enough, being racist doesn't matter, DM.
In this
You heard it.
campaign.
You heard it here first, guys. DM is racist. Oh shit.
I posted a video earlier of something similar where someone said, you know, with like lizard folk eat humans, so would you rather go with a lizard folk or an elf? And the guy's like, elves generally just think they're better than people. I'd go with the
they
one
are.
eating humans. Go with the lizard folk. Like, and I immediately thought of like Sylvaris. I was like, yeah. What the fuck is a high grade?
And technically, it's not race; it's more species.
Yeah.
Hey, same but different.
Watch that shit get clipped and posted somewhere. It's
Yeah,
like,
for sure.
Already clipped.
that's like pulled out of context. Yeah.
Things you only hear on stream.
Yeah. Things you only hear indeed.
Only in D&D.
Yeah. Things said out of context. It's like, yeah. I can't get cancelled. I'm not big enough.
You said that too. Bingo.
That's very rare that I say that. I think that's like the second or third time that I've ever said that. But yeah, he kind of just looks at Zeke, like, I would suggest that you mind your own business.
Zeke will make a show of casually leaning against the wall, but actually his muscles is stored ready for this confrontation. But he makes a show of not being bothered and not being threatened by this pirate. And he says, I generally tend to make it my business when some dodge knife ear follows a lady into a bathroom and try to accost her from behind.
You have no idea what I was about to do, so you're whatever it is that you think you saw does not count.
Hey man, I just came here to grind a lizard. Since you had business with the lady who also just wanted to go to the bathroom. This is not really generally a place for legitimate meetups.
It's quieter in here than it is out there.
So you prefer to do business in a quiet, shit-stinking, closed room.
No, I
These
think
look like long drops. These look like long drops, or is it actual?
it's
running
more like
toilets.
yeah, it's almost like a type of long drop, yeah. They didn't have
Yeah,
really
so the
they
place
didn't really have proper plumbing.
That's a poof.
sort of like would stink.
Yeah, a little bit. I agree, not the best place, but it's quieter here, you know. I can actually hear what you're saying, so
Well, you followed the lady into a bathroom when she is at the most vulnerable. That's still very dodgy. So I think any such meeting that needs to happen, maybe not this is the best place. I'm sure we can get a more quieter corner in the tavern.
he just gives a sigh, like, you know what? Not worth it. And then he opens up the door to this bathroom and he goes in. Jenka looks at Zeke quite confused. And she's like, what the fuck was that about?
He just gives a shrug and said, "No, I just came for a toilet and saw this guy trying to cop a feel from behind."
I doubt that he was trying to copy feel my tiefling. I mean, I don't know who he is, but why do you? What you? She looks very confused. I mean, what's your reason for thinking that?
He just took a bit of unnatural interest. I noticed he took a bit of unnatural interest in you throughout our time here. And yeah, he couldn't keep his eyes off you, and it's a bit suspicious. But yeah, no harm, no foul, I guess.
She's sort of like raises her eyebrows, like an unnatural. Why does that sound a lot like jealousy?
He just waves that off. No jealousy from my part. I just haven't happened to do people watching because normally such intense stares are directed at me. So it's always curious when an elf has such a fixed interest in a human.
She gives him one of those cheeky grins. If you say so. But if you will allow, can I use the bathroom now?
He does a half bow and shows to the toilet. By all means, don't let me stop you.
Well, I mean, two of you technically did, so no. And then she heads into the bathroom. He'll hear the door click behind her.
Zeke also goes in. Does his business. I take it there's some type of sanitation thing here to wash your hands or something.
Yes, there would be. As I exported the map this afternoon, I was like, fuck, I forgot to add that in. But yes, there would be.
So Zeke is gonna take the longest hand wash ever, waiting for Overjenko or the elf to leave.
He comes out first. She's like, okay. And you said the elf was creepy. And he just gives him a little chuckle, and she washes her hands. And it's getting quite late by this time, and he'll sort of see her give or trying to hide more of a sort of like a yawn. Because I have been here for a couple of hours by now.
Looking at it, ready to head to our lodgings.
She gives a big sigh. I assume we should head back, yes.
Then let us go. You can say cheers to all your piratey friends, and then we can head back.
Sounds good. She'll head back, and the table that they were sitting at, she will grab the coin pouches, and she'll hand it to Zeke, and he'll see her sort of like go around and quickly say good night to everybody. Most of them are, trying to get them to stay a little bit longer. You know, just one more drink. You know, just one more game, one more this, one more that. She's like more adamant that no, that they should head out. And she'll sort of like take him by the hand, and then she'll start walking him back to the house. And she'll hand him the 2 coin pouches that she won with the game. Like, oh, you can take this.
The feel the coin pouches to get an idea of how much is in it. I take it from his experience, he'll probably have an idea how much, for instance, 100 coins would weigh.
Yeah, the one has about 100 coins, and the other one has about 50 coins in it.
Okay. He secretes the coins into one of his many pockets because he's learned not to carry all his coins in the same pouch and pocket and everything. So like if he's ever pickpocketed, that he doesn't lose all his money.
That's quite smart, I would say.
And then yeah, he'll hold out his arm for her to take, and they will stroll back, the grumpy tiefling and the beaten up women, back to their lodgings.
Okay. Drag them over. Okay, while they are making their way back. So it's around 9-10 p.m. at night. So what are the rest of
Real
you?
freeloader.
Say again?
I said Tanilla's a real freeloader. She's been staying at this house for how long?
She was invited as a guest.
Yeah, she's invited.
Hey,
She's
hey.
waiting for work. She's
Yeah, something to happen. If you can recall, maybe you fluffing around with Miss Jenka's maybe clouded your mind a bit, and also maybe you going on fucking fantastical leave every 2 weeks. So maybe you forgot the fucking story that we're supposed to carry out.
Yeah, we'll still have to have a conversation about that. I did mention it briefly last week. But yeah, so you're still sort of like in the positions that you were, we ended off on. But yeah, it's around about 9-10 p.m. at night. Anything specific that some of you will be doing at that time?
Yeah, so Wallace will go to Mrs. Jones. Then
Or even before that, it doesn't have to be at that time. It can be sort of like in the same timeline where they were busy. You know,
Okay, sure,
anything,
so-
anything that you would have done between the hours of 5 and 10 p.m. Where were you between the hours of 5 and 10 p.m.?
I can tell you,
Busy.
but
busy murdering a fucking prisoner. Cold blood in you. So Solaris will just let Mrs. Jones know that they want that she should plan for dinner tomorrow. I mean, yeah, what day is it? Is it Tuesday?
I don't. It's Wednesday. For
It's
shits and
Wednesday.
giggles, it's Wednesday.
Fantastic.
it's Wednesday.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not a weekend dinner, so we can't stay up late. Thanks, fuck.
Funny. Okay, then it's Thursday.
Damn it, we lost. How does that make any difference? Okay, no, it's fine. So, Lois will just walk up to Mrs. Jones. Evening, Mrs. Jones.
Mr. Whispermoon, what can I do for you?
I'd like to ask if you can help with setting up dinner for tomorrow, if possible.
Of course. I heard that your parents want to have dinner with you.
Yes. they want to meet the party. DM. Is this what the dinner was about? They just wanted dinner, right? There was no other
They
thing
didn't
that
tell
Danila
Tanilla
mentioned.
why they wanted to come over.
Yeah, that's how I also have it.
It's
Yes,
not
they
like
just want
his
dinner.
parents would do that in any case. Give a reason.
Fucking nobles, dude. Fucking nobles.
You make
You
it.
wanted to be one.
Fucking nobles, dude. Okay, yeah. So, yes, they want to be invited over for dinner.
Anything
And,
specific that I should make for dinner?
Do you know any traditional elven dishes?
I do, yes.
A full course of elven dishes would be suitable.
I will do that. I will go out shopping for all the ingredients and then have that ready for all of you.
Okay, guys. So, I have no idea what traditional elven dishes means, but it's going to be interesting to say the least.
That's what Google is for.
And then, yes, mother and father also enjoy their wine. So, if you could plan for that as well, I'll make payments if needed.
I will make sure that I get a decent wine and vintage, isn't it? No.
Vintage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, if possible, at least 300 years old.
Of course.
That's where the good stuff was made.
Yeah, exactly. Fucking elves, dude. You gotta think about time. Okay. And I think that will be all, my dear. Thanks. Thank you. Then he turns around and leaves. So I'll wait for a goodbye.
Okay.
And then he looks into Kilon. Kilon says nothing, he walks past.
Kilon,
I
are you
think Kilon's
muted?
muted. Just give him a second. Yeah, Kilon's muted. Go back.
No, it's too
somewhere.
late. The moment has been passed. He's staring at the door like a psycho. Fucking, I knew he's broken.
And just like that, things happen, and it feels like Sylvaris is pulled back into time, and he just ends up in the same space. Like, what just happened?
Mr. Sylvaris.
Yes, Kilon. Evening.
Evening. When are you planning for your parents to be coming through?
I'm going to invite them for tomorrow night. They said they sounded like they should be available.
That's fantastic. I'm looking forward to meeting them. Maybe we can make some elvish seed cake for them. I'm sure it's such a treat. I used to enjoy that when I was around the elves.
He's gonna look at Kilon there. I've not had elven tea cake before. We don't stay near the coast, so there were never any fresh ingredients. Would it be possible for you to make it?
Yeah, I'll.
Oh fuck! We are gonna poison my parents. Give them fucking the shit.
Kilon puts his hand to his forehead and he's like, "Yes, I'm on it. I'm gonna chat to Mrs. Jones." And off he goes.
Fucking Taurus, fucking is like all, in his head. He's like, "What did I just do?"
Kilon will go and offer some help to Mr. Jones. He's like all excited.
And then Taurus knocks at the door up the needle's room.
Come in.
Yes, evening to Niladia. Sorry for disturbing you.
Not at all. He'll see that she's sitting reading a book.
Mm-hmm.
What can I do for you, Sylvaris?
No, I just came to inform you that I'm inviting my parents for tomorrow night. So
I'm
you know.
going through with it.
Fortunately, I do not have a choice in that. You know them. They
That is
will
also
not
true.
stop. Anita, what are you reading?
Oh, I'm just brushing up on some small curse removals and trying to see if I can find out more about this coin. But there's not a lot of information out there about it, to be honest.
Yes, I myself also haven't heard of anything of the like. So very strange that it might even be at the university. I don't know how
Oh, I do know it's
how they came
there.
about finding it.
It is definitely there. I mean, I've actually seen it. I just never knew what it was actually for when I saw it. But no, it's definitely there, Solaris.
Let's see. Well, yes, it's turning late. I think I'll turn in. Enjoy your night, Anita.
You as well. I will see you tomorrow morning or tomorrow night at the dinner.
Yes, yeah, it'll fucking sigh in defeat. Close the door.
It's not that bad.
It is. It's worse. It's worse.
So she'll just give a little chuckle. Okay. Yeah, Keelan, you're in the kitchen with Mrs. Jones. You muted again.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, sorry. Mrs. Jones, can I help? I actually, I make a fair, I think quite a fair elvish seed cake. It would be such a pleasure if I could assist you in this function of Mr. Silvaris's. Yeah.
That would
And-
be
and-
lovely.
Sure. And I'm also very happy to assist if you need me to rush down to the and get any ingredients to assist.
I would appreciate that. She kind of like thinks for a second and then realizes that she does not know Keelan's last name. I would appreciate that, Mr. Keelan. That would help a lot. I will give you a list of ingredients as well as the money to purchase said items, and then I can get the house ready for Mr. Whispermoon's parents. They are. I'm going to use the word difficult. So I would want to have everything as perfectly as possible to make it easier for him.
Oh, okay. I'll do my best as well. I would like to make a good first impression. So if you can give me the list, then I won't let you down, Mrs. J.
I will do that first thing tomorrow morning, my dear. How does that
Oh,
sound? Get a good night's rest,
That's perfect.
and then I will make the list tonight. I'll set out the menu and then make the list of what it is that I need.
I'm really excited. Thank you, Mrs. Jones. And then I'll rush out. And then before I go out, I'll shout to Mrs. Jones. Mr. Damien, do you know where he is? Is
They
he,
will probably be in the room, and he'll see her go sort of like silent, They're in the room. You can knock on the door. They're busy reading.
Oh, I really wouldn't want to disturb them. Maybe I'll see them in the morning. Thanks so much. And then off he runs to his room, all
Okay.
excited, like restarting the recipes, like in his head for the seed bread and seed cake, and yeah, just excited for it, the whole thing.
Oh, he's so cute.
Like
Okay, Sven, anything you are doing?
Ben is just sitting in his room practicing with the medicine kits, like bandaging his arms, his legs, different postures, kind of practicing what he's been shown before.
Joppa.
I'm doing nothing.
Nothing. Okay.
Pass that on the bench.
Was on the bench. I quickly want to go through everyone before those two come back. Yeah, Damien.
So if they're firstly questions, so seeing as they are now in the room and they're reading, did they conclude all the other things, the language lessons, or not?
This is basically
They
part of
skip
it.
it.
This is sort of the
Okay, so
yeah. That's sort of what.
So
I
it's
meant
part of
when
what's
she made-
happening.
when she- It was easier for it to say reading than anything else. So
no problem. I just also need to be able to edit it on my side because I have to keep track. And also see there's a lot of candles and rose petals missing in the room. But that's fine.
yeah. Well, that
Yes.
was. I don't have. I'll let's see. Dungeon Alchemist is sometimes lurks. If they're here, add those rose petals in, please.
Okay, but she's still awake.
Yeah, but you can see she's very sleepy.
Alright, now then they'll continue until, and he'll wait until she falls asleep.
Yeah, she'll fall asleep quite easily. Because it was a long day and she has been tired most of the day. So yeah.
Yeah. Right. And then as he sits there, he's just going to think quietly to himself for a second, and then in his mind, he's going to say, "Are you there, Grandpa?" And hoping that he perhaps might hear Bahamut speak.
Give me a second. I was not expecting this. Shit.
No, you were not.
I got that anymore. I do. If anybody is sleeping or chilling out or whatever, they will all hear random like crash of thunder. Very out of the blue. And then Damien, well, nobody else hears this, but Damien will hear. It's been a while. Me and Bloodborne.
It has. I did also promise not to lose touch entirely. I really do hope that all has been going well on your side. He's waiting for a response, if there is an LA response.
There's no response for that.
I have been dabbling with an idea in my mind, and it's become more prominent and more concerning as the foes we face on this plane keeps on getting stronger and stronger. I am considering asking to borrow some power. until at least the main concerns of this land is sorted out, with the bugs threatening people.
It's quite a long pause, almost to the point where Damien thinks that he's not going to answer. Do you remember what I told you when I said that you can move your oath from me? That I'm basically allowing you to move your oath.
Yes, I remember.
I said that I would always be there if you need guidance, but that I am no longer available for you to call in time of need.
And that is correct.
I cannot assist you with what it is that you are asking for, Damien.
It makes perfect sense, actually, grandfather. I am still young, I'm still learning. And even though I know I just asked a very difficult direct question, you kept 100% true to your promise of offering guidance.
I did.
Your words still mean a lot to me, and I do take this deeply into consideration. And I respect your wishes as well, and I always will. Thank you.
One more piece of guidance or advice. Take it how you want to see this. Generally I do not interfere in issues that are not important, but this is slightly important. He is struggling with what was put on her shoulders. She does not say it, she does not show it, but she is struggling with it.
She may not show it, well, she may not try and show it, and she definitely won't say it because she is proud. But I can see it. We did have a chat earlier today. It came up, and it was clearly visible that she is struggling. In her own words, she did not really want this responsibility. And it is difficult, but it also makes me raise the question of how strong can we set boundaries in it for her comfort? Can it be kept to a point where if only I ask, she commands? Or that it is then seen as a command towards my oath?
There's a long silence as he's thinking. No, Damien, that is not how it works. You cannot set the terms for your... And he takes a while. Deity that you have now, that is... The terms are if the command is spoken, you have to obey it.
He exerts a deep mental sigh. I thought it might be like that. It's a difficult thing, but I am still certain that we can work through it together. You know, as they say, a lot of things can happen when you wish upon a star.
Like a little deep dragon chuckle from him. It's true. But you have to realize the possible dangers of what you could be facing. Especially with someone so inexperienced in all ways of life. I only granted you this because you are family, so I did make an exception, but you have to realize the dangers of this situation. If this becomes knowledge or public knowledge or anything of that kind, the dangers that both of you facing is beyond your comprehension.
I understand. I myself only know how to serve. I have no knowledge of what it is like, or the unfathomable responsibility it takes to be a deity.
And neither does she.
And I know, yes, and I know also I cannot ask you to help guide her, because she will not take to it well. But I hope I will somehow understand it and be granted or learn the knowledge to help her and guide her with what she's going through.
There's a long pause again. It would be good because, as you know, she's already being hunted for what she can do and what was done to her. If not only them, as I've said, this becomes knowledge even to the wrong people, but especially to those hunting her, you can imagine it's not going to be just 1 or 2 or 5 at a time showing up anymore. They will come for not only her, but for you as well.
That is very true. And he sort of thinks for a second with another deep sigh. He says, I will do my best from my side. as much as I can. But it raises another question, if I may.
Of course.
Once the problem with this curse is removed, it's something we don't know much of, but if the curse is removed, will the connection to the others be broken, or will she still hear you because of what has changed?
He stays quiet for a little while. That I do not know. Only time will tell if you manage to remove it and what the lasting effects of it will be. But my honest guess is there will still be slight remaining effects from it forever, because of how long and how deep that goes. She's been stuck with that for and he kind of thinks for a second. About 60 years, which is a long time for something like that to take root.
Are these effects stronger, or does these effects have more power than I wish?
He gives a bit of a growl, hearing that. You should know messing with things like that is not always the answer. You don't know what the outcome would be. Yes, wishing it away might work, but it might make it worse.
Yes.
But that is not
but if I
my
can...
that's not my decision.
Sorry.
That's not my decision. That is something for the two of you to discuss.
Yes, because wording is key, I know that. But at worst case, I will rather put myself in line for that torment than to have her sit through it again.
Would you wish for it to be transferred to you?
If it means that she can have a normal life once the curse is removed, yes.
He gives another sort of low growl. You did hear when she mentioned how many of the others died because of this. When it was done to them.
Yes, but like I said, wording is key.
What makes
One
you
does not
think
deal-
that you will survive?
When you bargain with a djinn, you need to bargain Right. And I also do believe when something is done pure of heart, the repercussions are somewhat less. Because I'm not doing this for myself to gain the access. I'm doing this for her to have a normal life.
He gives a bit of a roar, but Damien can hear it's quite angry. Understand this, Damien. No mortal was ever supposed to hear the whispers of any god, let alone all of them. No matter the wording that you put forward, will guarantee that you survive if you do this.
You know, I understand. Like I said, it's still ideas. But I will take it up with her. She is still the one who's in control.
In a sense, she is, yes, as you chose her to be your deity.
Yes. Thank you for the guidance, grandfather.
Of course, Damien. I said that I would be here for guidance when you need it. And I will keep true to my word as always.
And then Damien will rub his temples with a bit of a headache. And shift into bed and assume the position to sleep.
Assume the position.
Which means he lies on his back and he drags Olivia onto his chest.
No, I
and
know
he
what it means. I
falls
know
asleep.
exactly. It's just so fucking random. Yeah, everybody sort of like in the house again will hear sort of like the clap of thunder. Damien will hear Bahamut fly away. I mean, that's more Helliver's
That's the
position.
point.
But one of them. Which yeah. By this time they would arrive at the house. It's pretty dark. I forgot to make the night map for this one. I wanted to. I forgot. Yeah, and they would have heard the random thunder. Jenka sort of like looks up at the sky, like that's fucking weird. There's not even clouds.
So it just gives a sniff in the air and says it, and grumbles. It smells like magic. Not that he really can smell anything.
He's such an idiot. As he walks up, he will see the door open. Mrs. Jones standing there, giving them a smile.
He just narrows his eyes a little bit, but just gives a nod. He really doesn't know how to place her.
She give them a bit of a smile. Good evening. Have you eaten? Are you hungry, my dear?
Oh, she's talking to Zeke. Sorry.
Yeah.
He's not used to being called. He's not used to being called dear. So he's just an awkward standing there because he thinks she's speaking to Jenka because he has never been called dear in his life.
Yeah, normally she calls him Mr. Zeke.
Yeah, that's why he was a bit now flabbergasted. And letting the silence stretch a bit awkwardly, he suddenly realizes she was actually referring to him. And he says, I had a liquid dinner. And he'll look to Jenka. You willing to try something? Maybe a bit more liquid?
Maybe food wouldn't be a bad idea. But and he kind of sees her face almost like fall. No, it's fine. I can't eat anyway. My jaw hurts way too much. It's fine. It's fine.
Maybe something like a stew. I know you detest soups. Maybe something a stew with no hard chunks in.
It gives a bit of a grumble. Fine. And perhaps something chocolatey?
He just shakes his head at the mention of chocolate and gives a long-suffering look at Mrs. Jones to
I
say,
will-
"Can you help me?"
I will have something ready for the two of you. Are you eating inside or outside?
It's now night. I think inside would be best.
Of course. I'll bring it to your room when it's ready. Give me about 20 minutes and I'll bring something over. And then she heads off to the kitchen.
I could visit our room.
Yes.
Okay. And then we'll probably head to the room then. Since everyone is in their own rooms except for Jappa sitting like a weirdo outside.
Yeah, he stays outside for some
He's
weird fucking
chilling.
reason. It's got a very
This
comfy
weather is
room.
nothing.
He's a
Have you ever
vagrant.
seen
That's
Jolt?
what he is.
She starts to, she takes off her hat and then she puts it down, and you'll see her sort of catch her reflection in the mirror again, and she stops sort of for a second, kind of like staring, turning her head from side to side, seeing how bad it looks, and he sees her whole mood sort of go a little bit darker than it was. And she just stares like for a couple of minutes at herself.
Yeah, he's just at the ready if she tries to punch or break the glass and injure herself further to intervene. But leaves her to it.
She literally doesn't do
if
anything.
she-
She's
if
just
she-
staring at herself.
Okay, so it's becoming awkwardly long. She's staring at
Basically,
herself.
Yeah.
Just clear his throat loudly to get her attention.
She turns around after a little while, and there's you can see that there's some tears in her eyes again, and she kind of just shakes her head, and as the one, the little some of the tears sort of like runs down her face, the whole thing that she does where she lifts her hand to sort of like wipe them away when she gets very, very angry.
The long-suffering sigh just catches her hand before she injures herself further, because for some reason this woman keeps forgetting her face is mashed up.
She does. She
And-
just looks at his hand. And she just like puts her head down and she's just like almost like in a whisper. Sorry.
Gives a shrug, said nothing to apologize for, but maybe remember that you are a bit injured and you still have to heal.
He can see a bit of anger sort of like flash across her face. You think I don't know that I am still injured? Everything fucking hurts. Everything hurts. There's not a space on my body that does not hurt.
Then maybe it would be a good idea for you to rest and not run around.
Run around. Going there was your fucking idea.
You wanted to work today and everything. The offices were closed, and then you took me to the port. Entire day and everything. But yeah, it looked like that you needed a drink. Maybe get your mind off it. But I think rest is also important. That's usually what you do if you're injured.
She just gives this sort of like sigh as she rolls her eyes. Like, I didn't want to be here the whole day and sit with my own thoughts the whole day.
You could always get something to knock yourself out. I'm sure there's a potion or medicine that knocks you out for a day.
I'm not going to be sleeping a whole fucking day. And she just
Then you're
gives
just-
this sort of like defeated sigh and almost just like sinks to the floor. And you can see it's a mixture between being tired and not just physically but mentally sort of as well. She sort of like touches the bruises across her face and her neck. And as she's sitting, she starts to sort of like take off her jacket. And I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to do this.
Maybe take things just a bit easier, rest. Give it a week, you'll definitely feel much better. Even a night, and you feel much better.
I already gave
Take
it a
one
night.
day.
You said it was going to be
Take
better
one-
today. It's not better today.
Take it hour by hour, minute by minute, day by day. These things don't happen overnight.
How long still? How long before I stop feeling this way? How long before the feeling of his hands go away? How long before feeling of his fingers goes away?
Well, probably when you publicly execute the group that was responsible, after we also round up the other two parties that escaped into Nepcan. I'm pretty sure you'll feel much better then after they have been publicly executed to show what happens.
Somebody should tell him.
Doesn't work like that.
I mean, somebody should tell him there's no one alive left.
just looks at him. So I have to wait until how long? And sit with these thoughts and these feelings and these random breakdowns while I have a whole domain to pick up because of everything that happened. I don't think that you
As I said,
understand how this feels.
No, I don't understand how it feels. That's why my only advice is take it day by day, hour by hour, to get through it. And the domain was under shit leadership for so long. I'm pretty sure it won't break at the seams for a day or two that you're taking to recover most of your strength. I'm not saying you should not work for an entire week, but maybe just give yourself a day or two so you can get the energy and we can locate your missing assistants.
She kind of taps her head back against the wall, you know, when you get like super annoyed. You say that it's been a shit show for so long and nothing's gonna happen yet. I have no assistant currently. I don't know where the fuck she is. I don't know how to get into the office. So for one day that I wasn't there, it all went to shit. Yet you want me to what? Take another day, another 2 days, another 3 days. And then what? Everything just gets worse than what it is now? While I try and recover from... And she can't even finish the sentence.
It is what it is. That's the thing. It will recover. I promise you, most domains had days like this and everything, and yeah, I think you have a strong support with your party friends, and the common rabble also don't actively dislike you. I'm pretty sure things will keep long enough together, and yeah, it will be a slow process to fix everything. First is to find the outstanding funds, and yeah, round up the last of the council members, root out some of the corruption. It's going to take some time. It's not a quick fix.
She gets up and he can see that she is fucking angry right now. She is angry. And she actually starts yelling. Whoever is close by, you will hear Jenka yell. You hear her. You hear her.
Hold up, let me roll sleep.
And, why doesn't it want to pin? Fucking fuck. It doesn't want to pin. Anyway, whatever.
Oh. Damien hears nothing.
Why does it say unable to pin? Thank you. And yeah, she starts yelling. And she's like, every domain goes through this. Every domain goes through this. Does every domain's leader get kidnapped, beaten to shit, sexually assaulted, almost raped? Does every domain's leader go through this? And she's yelling this. She is. So yeah, Sven will definitely hear. Damien will hear. Olivia will hear. She's not being quiet currently. She is absolutely losing her shit right now.
He just gives a nonchalant shrug and says, I'm pretty sure if you went far enough back in the history of each domain's leadership, something similar should have happened.
So I just have to be fine with it. I just have to be fine with everything that happened to me.
I did not say you should be fine with it. What I'm saying is you shouldn't be so hard on yourself. Not be so impatient. Take the time. Maybe speak to someone.
And who's that going to be? Who is that going to be that I am going to talk to about this?
I don't know, there's probably some head shrinks or something at that hospital.
You're talking about the fact fuck that came in. How is a man going to understand what I went through? How's that going to work?
I'm pretty sure there's also ladies that deal in this type of trauma.
She kind of just shakes her head. Right, because they also went through something like this, so they will be able to tell me exactly how to deal with this. That is very amazing advice. Talking to someone who has no idea what I went through or what it feels like.
I don't have an answer for this. As I said, I've not dealt with this before. I'm just making suggestions.
Your
You screaming
suggestions
and
suck.
stomping shows that you are not fine with this. So, don't you owe it yourself to try all avenues to try and fix this?
He just gives this deep sigh. I'm not going to talk to someone or tell someone who has no idea. I'm not doing it. No. The answer is no.
He gives a shrug and says, suit yourself, but then at least give yourself time to get your body fixed up. I saw while you were dancing there in a tavern that you're still uncomfortable with all the bruises and everything. So just give your body time to fix. I promise you can start with paperwork tomorrow. So as long as they not start breaking glass again, then I'm sure you would be fine.
She just sort of like rolls her eyes at him. I am still stiff. I am sore. Everything hurts. It hurts when I talk. It hurts when I laugh. It hurts when I move. It hurts when I sleep. It hurts when I sit. It hurts when I stand. Every breath hurts. Yes, the ribs are healed. I never want to talk about that pain. But everything else still hurts. And the worst is not just what he did, but what he was going to do. I don't think you understand how it felt being there, hanging there, and then the party walking in, and there was nothing that I could do. Every time I see them, I'm not even talking about the fucking blue furballs, I see that how embarrassed they get. How do you think I feel knowing what they saw and how they saw me in a extremely vulnerable position? You don't understand what it feels like.
No, I don't. Just all the answers. Really much you can say to that. Yes.
So how do I tell that to someone? How does someone fix that? How do they fix that? How do they fix me having to face the party every single day, knowing that?
I don't know. They'll probably give you coping strategies, meditation, I don't know, some weird shit like that.
So like tightens her jaw for a second. Do I look like someone who's going to fucking meditate?
Don't knock it until you tried it. I usually don't mix with those that meditate. So I don't know how they look.
He just gives a sigh. It's fine. It doesn't matter. And she'll sort of like slowly start to get undressed. And I say slowly because it fucking hurts every time she moves. It's just like take off her jacket and then remove her shirt. And he'll see the bruises and everything again, you know, like everywhere, like literally from the top of her head almost all the way down towards her knees. It's covered in bruises as they have now sort of like developed over the last day or so. And she just kind of like stands for a second. The mirror is not a full-length mirror, so she can't see all of it. But she sort of like does look down and it just stares at them for a couple of minutes and then just shakes her head. Even if the bruises fade, even if they fade now or tomorrow or the next day or so, the memories won't fade, and it won't fade for a very long time, and I don't know how to do this day by day. I don't know.
I've found memories fade with time. Even the worst memories, given enough time. Those too will fade.
It gives sort of like a smile, but definitely not a friendly one. It's definitely something that a man would say, and hence why I'm not going to talk to some head shrink fucker who does not understand what happened. Then I'd rather just deal with this myself.
Seeing he's not gonna win this fight tonight. And he just gives a sigh in defeat and says, "Yes, we'll see."
He'll see sort of this cold, distant look that sort of like appears in her eyes. Her eyes almost go a little bit dull. I guess we will. And then she'll put on sort of like her night wear, and she will get into bed. I'm not hungry. You can let her know I'm not gonna eat tonight. I'm not hungry.
Okay, so she's getting in bed.
Yeah, she's getting into bed.
Okay. Zeke will leave the room, making sure he's far enough away that the human ears can't hear. Just mutter to himself, "Women," and go to Mrs. Jones.
He will see that she's busy packing up whatever she was busy with, and that there's only one plate of food right now. And even before he enters, she turns around with the sort of like the bowl of stew that she has. I figured you would still be hungry, at least. It's just a meat stew, no vegetables. I made you a bowl, and then I have some cut up cheese as well as some boiled eggs separately.
Zeke takes the stew and everything and just looks at her flatly, but he really doesn't have the energy to start trying to unravel the big ball of mess that is Mrs. Jones. But he does file it away because he does not like that, and he heads outside because he doesn't want to be down the room at the moment with, to eat his stew, and then he'll see Joppa, take a Joppa sleeping in his shell.
Basically, yes.
Oh, so Joppa is
Okay.
sleeping? Is he not up? Is he not awake?
Probably sleeping.
Head in the shell, limbs
Yeah.
tucked in, taking a shower.
What was that?
He's
What was that show?
cleaning his shell.
What was
Can't
that show
remember, but
about
I
the
know what
cat?
I know what you're talking about.
What was I fucking know? Oh, he lived in a trash can and he had this whole little house in the trash can. What was it? Top Cat. Top Cat. Was it
Oh,
Top
yeah.
Cat? Was it Top Cat?
I think it was Top Cat.
Top Cat.
I don't know.
It was Top Cat.
We are revealing our
It was
age here.
Top Cat, yes, and he lived in a trash can, and it was the
Oh, yes.
coolest fucking show ever. He lived in this trash can and he had this whole little house inside of this trash can. Like, oh, I loved that show as a kid. Oh, okay. Just take 5 minutes. I just quickly want to go put my tiny human to bed.
I'll
And
recover
then
from
you
the
all can
DM
take a long rest, and then I'll be
Yes.
back in 5 minutes.
I'm going to recover from the DM revealing our ages.
Oh, everybody knows my age already, so it's fine. They already know I'm old as fuck.
Cats came in 1961 out.
Okay, I watched as a child, not as...
Yeah, we watched this as children, Zeke. Just calm down.
No, I just quickly checked up when it started. And it
Oh,
was
yeah,
1961.
1961, yeah.
old. I mean, I know I'm sort of like, well, not sort of, I know that I am the oldest in this group, but that's not the point. But yes, I watched it as a child, and it was the coolest
think-
show.
It was on TV1.
It was. I'll be right back.
Oh. Rem armen
this is
swings
straight.
ore. Again, Zeke?
It's taking me back.
Oh, Top Cat.
Ja, ek is besig om vinnig op Google nou net weer van die images te sien en sy gang en alles.
Oh ja. And the band.
Choo Choo, Brain, Benny the Bull, fancy.
I always had these strange conversations. Let me activate that long rest on damage sheet so I can get all the stuff back.
Okay, I'm back. Yes, also
Welcome back.
It's scary when you guys are quiet. Normally I hear you chitter chatter.
It's Alvaris's
Everyone.
mic is muted.
Ah, that explains everything.
I think you forgot it's
normal.
muted.
Okay, so Zeke, you're finishing eating your stew. It's very, very deliciousness. Mrs. Jones makes very good food. I saw the links that you posted. I found one, but I want to go through those ones as well. Let's see. Yeah, so she made a nice
Oh, yeah.
stew. It's really good. Yeah, so you can all take your long rest. I don't know if Zeke is gonna go back.
Yeah, he's just taking a bit of time eating stew and we'll go back, but still.
Yeah, she'll be asleep by then. Turtle soup.
Yeah.
Diddles. Don't say that when Jappa's around.
That's okay. It's not turtle soup, so it's okay.
Elon is outside when it's nighttime.
Jabba's always outside. He's too lazy to move.
I went out to enjoy the moon and ignite my blade again.
Oh.
I was jumping on my bed. I've been in excitement, and I just decided to go out and get some fresh air, look at the moon, and whip out the flames again.
Ah, interesting.
That sounds horrible, but it sounds fancy, so she's gonna make that, and then that. Okay, yeah, next, if there's anything else that you guys want to do,
Not the night before, no. The next morning, yes.
okay. Then, yeah, we can head over to next morning around sunrise.
Yes, I suppose. Wow. Well, Damien will wake up at sunrise. As his internal alarm clock goes off, and he'll calmly wake up. Olivia. Good morning.
It takes her a little while to wake up. Eyes sort of like, flutter open, and she gives a sleepy smile. Morning.
I have arranged for us to have breakfast inside this morning as the whole group together.
Inside, as in the dining room?
Yes.
Okay.
He'll give a soft kiss on the cheek and he'll head over to the cupboard, take out his clothes and put it on, and then he'll remember the dresses that they bought the previous day. And he's going to hold up the red one. He says, I wonder, do you want to fit it or just go with it?
She looks a little bit unsure. And then she gives a little smile. Why not? Since you did something yesterday as a first, I could wear red as a first.
Well, we'll first have to see if it fits, otherwise there is the pink one. And he'll walk around with the red dress and hold it for her to put on.
She looks a little bit confused, like, well, why wouldn't it fit my gecko? I mean, it's my size.
I'm talking about the color scheme.
Oh, that. She gives a embarrassed little smile. No, that's what you meant. And then she quickly slips it on. And it's sort of like this bright red dress. Something that she's never worn before. He's only ever seen her in either green or brown, white, and pinks. She kind of stands there a little awkwardly, waiting for him to say something.
I have no idea how this looks. I'm trying to picture it. Give me a second.
If I knew you were going to do this, I would have generated a fucking image.
Oh, but we are so predictable, are we not?
Uh-huh.
Well, you always say we are so predictable.
In certain things you are, yes.
You look at it and say, you know what? I do think it looks quite nice. But let's wear pink. Let's stick to the normal for today.
It's sort of like
And
this
here we go.
look that crosses her face, and then she quickly takes it off again. And then she holds out her hand for the pink one.
Can you explain this look?
Give me a perception.
Okay. I am so good with these. I knew it was going to be a terrible roll.
Yep, no, he does not know. He doesn't recognize the look. It's too quick, and almost like as it happens, she sort of like turns her head away and starts getting dressed in the other one. And then she, like,
Is it too late for him to change his mind?
yes. Just almost like softly, it's just like, does this look better?
Well, let's just say this one will stay in one piece. And he gives a smile as he extends a hand to lead her out of the room.
You should be able to drag her token. Yes. Yeah, the rest of you,
Yeah.
as always, you get awoken by smell of breakfast. Mrs. Jones busy in the kitchen. Yeah, if Kilon is there, he will see that on the big table for the first time inside. She put the food inside. So the normal things that she makes, the eggs, the sausages, the bacon. She made some waffles today as well. So there's cream and some syrup. There's a fruit bowl. There's veggies. So there's literally something for everybody. And then she sees Kilon come in. And she's like, "Oh, good morning, my dear. I am so happy to see you."
Morning, Mrs. J, Mrs. Joe, Mrs. Jones. Beautiful morning, isn't it?
That it is. That it is.
Oh, I am so excited to be helping you today. Do you have the list ready? And do you know what time the stores are open around it?
Well,
This time?
most of them open at around 9 a.m.
Oh, okay.
So it's around 6 a.m. now. So it's still very, very early. But yes, I did make a list of everything that I would need for tonight, as well as the dishes that I made. Mr. Whisper Moon asked me to make mainly elvish food. So I will give you the list of what it is that I'm going to need for tonight.
Perfect. I'll get some fresh air and join everyone a little later. I'm just I have butterflies in my stomach. I can't wait to contribute something for tonight. And then I'll like merrily go out and get some fresh air and do the usual yoga poses. And wait for everyone else to get up.
Okay. Sven, are you up? What are you?
Oh, I am awake.
There's a difference between up and awake, so you know.
Awake and moving.
Well.
Yep.
Oh.
I will just step out. Hearing people approach from the right, I quickly check to make sure it's not Zeke and Jenka. Seeing that I am safe, I will just nod a good morning.
You'll see a nod in return from Damon's side.
Halibur attempts a smile. Whether it's friendly or scary, that is up to you. But she does attempt it. She doesn't smile very often, so make with that information what you will.
And we'll just smile back as usual, like big grin.
Yeah, so you will sort of like, well, Sven, you will be able to see that Mrs. Jones has put the food on the inside table today as you exit your room. My friend is pissing me off. And not outside as she usually does.
I shall move towards the table.
Or just see Sylvanas walking into the room, also giving a nod.
I don't know
Oh,
who.
it's not back.
Enter. We'll give a little nod to Sven. Like, good morning.
Good morning, miss.
It was gonna rain last night with all the thunder that I heard, unless it was just me.
There was definitely some peculiar weather. I didn't see any clouds. And I tried to see out of the window, but couldn't find where it came from.
So it wasn't just me, because at one stage I thought that I might be a little bit crazy, because I also looked out the window and couldn't see any clouds or anything. If you hold Alt while you move your token, you can actually pop it in place where you want to. I don't know
Well,
why
either we're
these-
all going crazy or it was weird weather.
Sylvanas, what are you doing?
I'm trying to unlock the snapping, so I can fucking.
Alt.
You hold
Yeah.
Alt while you
It's
move your
already
token,
done.
and
It's
then
done.
you let it
I
go.
fixed it. I got it done.
Okay, you
Shop.
got it.
Sylvanas,
You got
We
it.
did it.
You hold
First try.
Okay, you did it.
I did it.
I don't know why, because in Dungeon Alchemist, when I do it, I put the grid on, and then I actually place the chairs sort of like in the middle of the blocks. But for some reason, when I uploaded it to Roll20, the grid doesn't align like the way that I
It's probably the top-down view. Fucks it. But yeah.
built it. And then I was like super annoyed because I fixed the outside, or at least I tried to put them all in their respective blocks, but I see they're not done because I fixed the outside area.
I just see some dead fish
What do you see, dead fish?
on the outside of the map.
I don't know why they're on the outside. That's weird, but no, those are actually tropical moving fish. When I'm busy in the map, they swim around. It's really, really cute. It's
They
very
do, but they're not dead.
They are from the supernatural.
supernatural fishies.
Zeke will love them. They're magic.
Damien, did you see the little sandcastle that I made?
Yes, I saw the little sandcastle from their other expedition outside
No.
when he showed her how to build sandcastles. Yes.
Yeah, so he'll feel her sort of like immediately get slightly awkward, and knowing that there's gonna be a lot of people where they are going, and she
Yes,
just gives a bit of a sigh.
He gives a look and says, would you mind going on without me? I would like to check in with Zeke and Jenko if they are awake, and see if I can have a chat with Jenko.
Sure.
You will be okay, I promise. They don't bite.
You
And he
don't
gives
know
her
me.
this big smile.
Yeah, I'm sure it's like a hard limit. After 2 weeks, he just starts biting anyone he sees.
Yeah, so you'll sort of see Oliver like awkwardly lingering in the doorway. She's wearing a very, 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 I'm gonna say it again, a very short dress. It's sort of like this light pink color. And she sort of like stands awkwardly. And Mrs. Jones basically rushes out, and then she places down a cup of tea in the in there, because she knows that Oliver is not gonna sit right next to anybody. And she serves tea and coffee to, or basically on the table. Everyone can sort of like pour to themselves. But yeah, the smell of jasmine is quite strong in the air. As Mrs. Jones serves
Is
her
Yasmin
tea.
here?
No, that's Yasmin. This is Jasmine. No, her tea smells of jasmine. It's to mask the smell. Okay. Damien.
It's very nice. It tastes delicious. So Damien will very lightly and politely knock on the door and stand with his hands behind his back as he waits to see if there is an answer.
Jinka will give a look to Zeke, or like a questioning look. She's sitting up in bed. She's not out yet.
Oh, so yeah, no, power just went off with the rain and everything, so just had to quickly
No worries.
see what's up. What Damien is knocking on the door and Jenka's just looking at me.
Yeah, she's
Yes.
she's giving him this like questioning look. You know, who's knocking at the door at fucking 6 o'clock in the morning?
My favorite asshole. And it's not Zeke.
Oh, Zeke is her favorite asshole. No one knows why though.
Yeah, she's not mentally very well.
Well, we have established that no, she is not mentally well. She is cray.
Struggling. No, she's struggling.
Zeke will just give her a shrug, and it is bloody early and everything. And they have spent the previous night drinking, so he'll just say, maybe they'll go away if we ignore them.
Give me another con save. Let's see how his head is doing.
Okay, let me just check, open the app now.
See if we're making Zeke more of an asshole today than we normally do. Or than he normally is.
Just up here. Constitution saving throw, let's see how it goes. No, he's fine. 22.
Yeah, no, he's even after fuck, I don't know how many. I think it was like 5 or 6 mugs of rum. Yeah, he's
Straight up rum, yeah.
he's fine. Jinka kind of just stares at him, like, don't be fucking rude. Just open the damn door.
It is a long-suffering sigh. And internally, mind you, grumbles himself women again. And he'll
Internally.
go and open the door to see who wakes people up at 6 o'clock in the morning. What dumbass is this now?
Who's that knocking at my door?
No,
And
that song's stuck
the-
in my head.
I was singing it.
And he opens the door and just looks at Damien and says, yes.
Morning, Zeke. I apologize for disturbing you this early. I have come around to invite you and Jenka to breakfast this morning. Reason number 1 why I'm here. Would
6
you like to
o'clock in the
join us?
morning. Are you serious?
Unfortunately, my internal system wakes me up at 6 every day.
And then you make it our problem.
I did not want to make it your problem, but I'm not just here to invite you to breakfast. I have also come to ask to speak with Jenka.
6 o'clock in the morning.
Yes, 6 o'clock in the morning, Zeke. We
So
have-
you didn't think it would be wise to, if someone injured like that, to give him just a chance to rest?
Definitely they are allowed all the rest in the world. But I also do not know your and her sleeping habits that well, so I politely knocked and I came to ask, well, to check if you are awake and to ask if I may speak with her. You still have the fullest right to decline.
She kind of just gives
Unlike
a sigh.
you-
If you're already here, you might as well enter, Mr. Bloodborne. And she looks at Zeke like it's not as if we were sleeping anyway, so we're usually up this
Just
time.
just shakes his head and gets out of the way of the door.
You'll enter and step in, and it'll stand still by the entrance. Zeke and Jenka will both see that he still keeps his hands behind his back, and he'll look straight into Jenka's eyes, as he always has when he has spoken with her. I have been having a troubled mind for some time, and I cannot just let it go. So, from my point of view, I wanted to come and firstly check in and see how you are doing.
Well, I do appreciate the sentiment, Mr. Bloodborne. I am pretty sure that checking in on me at 6 o'clock in the morning could have waited until a different hour. So if there is something more important than my apparent well-being, I would appreciate you getting on with that. As I have quite a busy day ahead.
Then let me rather leave you until you are dressed and ready to go, and we can have a chat. And again, I do hope that you would join us all for breakfast, if you would. Just an invitation.
She gives a bit of a slow nod. We accept. Give us about 10 minutes. Get dressed and ready.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate. And he'll step out and close the door behind him. And he'll calmly walk over to see where Halloween is sitting, and he will take a seat in between her and Tanila. That's not what I wanted to change. I'll just leave it like that. I wanted to change the direction it's looking.
So, yeah, so there would be a teacup there as well. Mrs. Jones assumed that he was going to be sitting there.
He'll gladly have some tea after Jinka was not that friendly.
Has she ever been friendly?
Oh, I mean, it's like 6 o'clock in the morning. Come on, people. Let's smile.
At 6 o'clock in the
Wake
morning.
up,
I
stop.
will punch
Oh,
you
wait.
in the face if you walk into my room and wake me up at 6 o'clock in the morning. I will punch you in the face. I will straight up murder you, and I know how to get rid of a body. So they will never find you.
Damien will do that. Me as a person will not even get out of my own bed before 12 if I don't have to, so don't worry.
I only got up this morning, well, this afternoon at 12. Well, I woke up, I officially, well, you know, quote unquote, officially woke up at about 10. I only got out of bed at 12. It's like, no, if you wake me up at 6, I will murder you. Especially if I don't have to get up. It's like, no, because I go to bed quite late, so I'm tired in the mornings.
Right.
Yeah. Jenka will slowly, painfully groan and, well, softly. She's sort of like more trying to hide the fact that, you know, she's in pain. And she'll slowly sort of like get out of bed and start getting dressed. Well, undressed and then being dressed. And then she looks at Zeke. Like, why are you complaining about the fact that he's here at 6 o'clock in the morning when this is normally the time that we are up in any case?
It's more a matter of the principle of the thing.
The whole house is awake. You can hear them all moving, so... give me a perception check just for shits and giggles. Let's see if he...
Perceiving why she's being such a difficult woman this early in the morning.
When has she not been difficult?
That's also true.
Yeah.
Give a moment.
1 moment, 2 moment, 3 moment.
I think he's doing it from
21.
the house, so it's gonna take a while. 21.
Yeah.
Goeie
Yes.
bliksem. You know what? With the 21, he will hear a little, very soft and faint because he's quite far, but he will hear sort of like a little rumble coming from her stomach because she has not eaten in a very long time. I think the last time she actually ate something, and yes, cake does not count, was in the hospital. So you will hear that.
He does not bring attention to hearing a rumbling stomach, because he can just deduce it won't go well. If he calls her out to it, and he'll just quickly get dressed himself so that they can go to breakfast.
So she quickly gets dressed, basically. So she'll put on some black pants, black boots, a white shirt, but this one has shorter sleeves than normal. So the bruises and everything on her arms and wrists are currently showing. But she does put the jacket on before they head out of the room, and then she plops on her hat as well. And she kind of gives this sigh, and he can see that she really not have the energy to do this. Yesterday, I have quite a busy day. And then she heads out of the room.
We'll follow her out and follow the sounds to the main dining room where everybody's sitting and chatting.
Yeah, so she'll also walk in a little bit awkward because fuck, there's nothing more awkward than walking into a room where people are already sitting and you're kind of like, where the fuck am I going to sit? And yeah, she'll pick that one Zeke can sit next to Keelan, yeah, or wherever he wants. But she's trying to not sit too close to many people. But as she walks in, she'll give a nod, sort of just a quick glance. Oh fuck. A quick glance to everybody in a like a morning, but slightly almost awkward, annoyed as well. And she'll wait to see if, whenever Zeke is going to appear.
I don't think he can control his token.
What?
I'm on my phone.
Oh, you cannot. Okay.
His power went out.
I forgot. Okay, I'm gonna put you next to Keelan. I forgot your power went out.
As she takes a seat, Damien will get up and wait for her to take a seat as a sign of respect.
She gives a puzzled sort of like look at that, but she doesn't say anything. I'm going to arrange for Zalantar's execution this afternoon. I was planning on doing it as part of a festival that I am planning, but I am thinking rather sooner than later. This has to be done. So it'll be done this afternoon. I would prefer that you were all present. I am not 100% sure how well this is going to go down. I don't know how many friends or followers or whatever it is that you want to call it that he has. If we have any possible, I don't know, uprising or disturbance or anything of that kind, I need you to deal with it.
If I may speak freely, Jenka, I need to give you some of the information that we have gained yesterday.
Sure.
You certainly know of the domain's funds that we have returned and deposited into the bank account.
She gives a frown. I do not know. I was out for most of the day.
I used my mechanical pigeon and sent a letter to you, and you still sent it back with a signature on.
You did not mention the funds being returned in your letter, just saying.
You did not.
I did not. I cannot.
Surprise!
Surprise! It's not in my bank account, and I am not. No.
Yeah, you asking for Black's account to be frozen.
Oh shit! Yeah.
That is
Okay.
correct, yes.
That's true. That's true. Okay, sorry. I had my facts wrong in my mind because I do not write shit down.
Clearly.
Sorry. Sorry, Jenka. Yes. I wrote you about Samuel Black's account to be frozen. But at the same time, we returned 290,000 gold pieces to the state funds.
Her jaw almost
We-
drops to the floor. She quickly picks it up.
Jappo will just jump in. Yes, and we may or may not have killed someone in your dungeon.
Not Zalatar. Japan.
Yes.
It's a person from Zeke's past, but we'll get to that.
So let me get this straight, Mr. Bloodborne. You thought it more important to let me know that you want to freeze Black's account than that you recover the funds for Nipcam. Am I correct? In your
I won't say
meeting that you
I
held?
I won't say I thought it more important. Yes, my mind might have slipped on that. I do make mistakes. I'm not perfect, but we during the events of yesterday got the location of where Samuel Black might be hiding out, as well as the location of the funds. And we recovered the funds. Unfortunately, Black was not there yet. We are hoping for his return to come soon. And the hopes are that you might be able to then execute Black alongside Zalatar.
Black will be done on his own whenever he's captured. Zalatar needs to be dealt with immediately. It's taking too long. I'm worried that the people are getting restless, not having answers of what is happening in office. Rumors are most likely spreading faster than I could possibly imagine, not only about Zalatar, but obviously about what and she kind of gives this frown accompanied with a sigh, my current situation. So I would
understand.
like to get that all under control and have it addressed this afternoon. You are welcome to continue the morning with whatever it is that you need to do. But this afternoon, round about, I'm going to arrange it for about 3-4 p.m. I would like you all to be present.
I will gladly be there, and I'm certain, as per your invitation, the rest of us will be able to make it.
See this more as a friendly, mandatory attendance.
And it will be done. Do you have an executioner in your employment, or can I lend a sword?
She gives
He says as he gets this little twinkle in his eye.
gives a chuckle, like, are you offering, Mr. Bloodborne?
I gladly will lend my blade if the person I trust the most will allow it, and he'll look to Olivia. So, is there a problem with executing someone who has done grievous deeds? Am I on it?
She looks a little bit sort of like uncomfortable knowing that like the attention is now sort of on her at this point. I'm not really one to be able to judge on that, my gecko. So, no.
He smiles excitedly as he looks at Jenka. Then, if you'll allow it, I'll gladly do it. For you.
I will then let the executioner know that he can have the day off.
Fucking how often does he execute people though? Maybe this was his only day in the last 2 weeks. Now you took it away from him.
There's other reasoning behind it, because I know this DM likes to deal with drama.
I am in the union of executioners, and I am there for his rights.
He's
You
still
just
gonna
took
get
away his
paid.
1 day of
Calm the
work.
fuck down.
So-
He's
so
probably got
the-
like 7 or 8 kids he needs to feed.
He's
Now
still
you
gonna
took
get
away his
paid.
1 fucking job.
Well,
Uh,
get
okay.
paid.
Sure.
I just want to understand. I fully hear you. I just want to understand how is a divination wizard in the Union of Executioners?
No, me.
A
me as a player.
noble.
player.
Oh.
Okay, well, calm down, Mr. I'm in the union, head secretary of signing
Yeah,
petitions for
We have
Crybaby
called-
Points. He will still get paid for the day.
Fucking. You always gotta look out for these fucking types. They're just taking away our jobs.
One thing
shit.
Jenka is that she's fair and she's just, so she'll still pay him because it was arranged. But yeah,
It was a joke.
I know.
No. We are laughing about it.
But yeah, she looks a little bit confused at the offer. I will arrange that, Mr. Bloodborne. Her confusion comes more from him having basically asked permission from his wife. So that's more where her confusion comes from, but she doesn't say anything. She just then she looks over at Zeke. Naturally, you will be there.
He gives a shrug and says, I don't have any other plans.
Well, even if you had, cancel them.
I would like to go back if the bug is still in the cells. It should still be alive. I have a question. If our Master of Talents Japa, who can make it speak, would allow me to speak with it again.
Yeah, shouldn't be a problem.
We're not planning on killing it anytime soon, are we?
I do not know, Kilon, but
I know this is you know, I haven't known you guys for that long, but when we're in the cells yesterday, I have a feeling if it's okay and we keep it alive that I can also help out with this bug situation, being, you know, someone in touch with nature. The little bit I was there, it was though I could, you know, not bond, but I just feel like if I study a lot with regards to this monstrosity, I think I could transform eventually into one of them and maybe help infiltrate the lair at another stage. I was actually really wanting to chat to you, Mr. Damien, about this. So if possible, yeah, I know we like, you know, slaughtering and not, you know, putting our mark everywhere, yeah, like yesterday. But yeah, I beg that we leave that creature for the time being, and then I want to show like there's just a faint color like on a finger, like I can just replicate it slightly. It's like out of character. I just want to like use the whatever time I have to like try study this being, because I believe maybe at a different level I will be able
it makes sense.
to take shape and learn its language and more about it, etc. Okay, cool.
No. makes sense. It's interesting, Gilon. I'm a bit puzzled, and he looks to Zeke and then to Olivia and then back to Zeke. From the little knowledge I have, my hornet between you and Zeke, when it comes to magic in runes, you might know the best. So let me put this straight. We know that they have a hive mentality. They can communicate telepathically. Do we know of runes that we can use to block this in case they might be burrowing underground near the cells where he is in? Just to ensure that they don't figure out his location, try and save him, or even get information on what we are working on. And he'll look serious to Zeke as well to make sure that Zeke knows he's trying to gain information as he does not know.
This telepathic bond, is it magic in nature? Is it pheromones? Were we able to determine how it works?
From the last questioning, he told us that they spoke telepathically. They have a sort of like a connected mind. Sort of, and he takes a second to try and figure out how to say this. Sort of the same way when I speak to my grandfather. I do not need to use words.
It's a hive mind mentality.
Yeah,
So
but
they
the
can-
hive mind.
So it's like a pyramid scheme. You send mails to each other.
Exactly. Problem
En
solved.
jy hoop daar's nie 'n gebrek in die telefoontjie nie. Ek kom die boodskap nie self te deur nie.
In my experience, telepathy overall is magic based. So anti-magic ruins, and maybe just to be safe, put a lot of sting stuff there that its own stench is hidden, so you can't contact him from pheromones. Isn't that what they usually do with bees and stuff like that? By smoking them so that they can't communicate?
Disorientation. Makes sense. And Daniel looked at Olivia. It makes sense. I only know of you and Zeke who have knowledge on this. I have very little knowledge. Do you think it'll work?
Zeke will just give Sylvaris a look and ask, that spell you zapped me with when we were in that mansion fighting the bloodsuckers, where basically you fried my mind that I couldn't do anything. Isn't there some way to replicate that ability? I can't even remember what spell you used. It was like a level 1 or cantrip and everything that I was basically incapacitated. I could do nothing except
That's the
run.
mind spark.
No, it's psychic lance.
Oh,
It's not
psychic
the
lance.
cantrip. It's 5th level spell, but it's not a cantrip, Zeke. It's a more powerful spell, but no, I don't think it can be used like that. Maybe I would need to investigate it further to see if this creature had a name, and the spell would try to find the creature, but yeah, we would need to know its name. But, yeah, basically, psychic lance allows me to do that, but it needs to be in range though, so not in range you can't find it.
Damien is looking.
So good. Sorry.
No, continue. No, please do.
And he just gives a shrug and said it was just an idea.
Damien looks at it. He makes note of the fact that Solaris was... Well, he knows Solaris that attacks the... And the mental strain that it put. And then he says... Is there no way then to... Still, if we don't have access to runes, to limit this, perhaps with the means of a curse? Do you know of any, Tanila?
Who is he
She
asking?
does not.
Tanila. If there's a
Oh.
curse that can actually sort of break the hive mind communication thing.
But did we confirm it was confirmed hive mind? I can't remember.
Yes,
Yeah,
he
yeah.
said they have telepathic communication.
Over long distances.
Yep.
I mean, I don't know of one, but I'm not saying one doesn't exist or can't be made if you're strong enough. If you can make a curse.
I unfortunately do not possess the power to make curses now. I can only break them. And although his mind flickers back to the conversation of the previous day, he does not say anything. He just calmly sits and rubs a hand on Hadavia's leg. And then he says, well, then I suppose rune magic is our best bet.
I mean, when do you want to do this, Mr. Bloodborne? Like today, tomorrow? I mean, I can bestow curses upon people.
Well, before the execution would be nice, because I'd like to go to speak to the bug as soon as possible, and then hopefully have it severed from its connection. If
That
it
is a bit of a
has-
tall order.
I know.
Something as complex as what you're asking for is not something that I can just come up and whip together in an hour or two. I will need
No.
at least a day or two to come up with this curse. Especially
I
if you
am
want it to
qua-
work.
Yes, and I'm quite concerned about this. Elon,
Yes, Mr. Damien.
please don't call me Mister. Just Damien is fine.
Oh. Okay.
Okay, missus.
I get confused ka na din. Can I catch you in another bug?
Oh,
My concern is safety for the town.
for the town. Yeah. I'm sure it's fine. I just think I will need to study it over quite some time to get to that level. But for the greater good, I guess it's fine. But I can also offer a little bit more assistance. Maybe I can also keep some eyes. I know from the little conversation we had about these creatures, they started coming closer. And closer compared to when you guys first encountered them. So maybe I can send a few birds out to keep an eye of in case there's any monstrosities that are coming closer to the town, they can always alert us. That can also maybe help prevent them just randomly attacking. It's
Yes.
a little I can do.
That's not a bad idea. I don't know exactly what it is on these bugs that you do want to study.
I
But my wife has also done a bit of studying on them. So when you do have a bit of free time, even after everything else, I'm certain she won't bite your head off for it. You can try and have a chat with her, as everything she has found, I am also still piecing together. But she does have a lot of knowledge on
of
these
course.
that she with the dissections.
Okay, thank you. Much appreciated. I'm just so also, so it's going to be an eventful day. I actually can't wait to get out and I look and like edging to just bolt.
Edging?
That was the wrong term to use.
He's
My
edging.
bad.
I have a bad mind, so Morris. Okay.
Yo.
Then we'll just
You
also-
edge to some weird shit, my guy. Fucking hell. What do you,
I want to, I'm just so eager to go do the shopping and that, to just get, because I believe we still are, we might be
so
having guests today after
my-
the execution. I'm
In my
assuming.
note list, it says Keylorn edges to shopping.
Hey, it's
then
to
we'll-
impress your mom and dad. That's the main thing.
Fuck, if you impress them, I'm gonna give you a fucking, I don't know, I have to give you something for it. He's not met them, but you'll probably hate them, so we'll see.
Okay.
I think
then we'll just-
Elon is gonna try and do something, to impress them, and it's gonna
Oh shit.
horribly.
Everyone's already going, oh shit.
Yeah,
Okay, but in
I
any
just-
case,
I just know he's gonna try and do something to impress mom and dad, and yeah, it's not gonna go the way that
He thinks.
he thinks it's gonna go.
100%. But it's
I
worth
can't
the
wait.
try.
I can't wait for it.
Damien does get up and he will take that other note that he got from Zalatar with all the letters and the wording, well, the puzzle they figured out, and just give it to Zeke and say, it's only fair that you also know, let me just put myself back down there, that this is part of the paperwork that I found on Zeke, that we deciphered and where
On
we figured
Zalatar,
out where
not
to
on
get the
Zeke.
gold. On
Yeah,
Zalatar, yeah.
where did you find paperwork on me?
Oh, when you were asleep,
On his
when you were
cold
asleep,
dead
man.
corpse.
No, when you were asleep, man. I came in and I touched you twice. But yeah,
That's creepy.
this is what we found on Zalatar, and then obviously with the message of where the money is hidden and all the incriminating evidence. Oh fuck no, I don't know. Oh,
Doing-
Oh, it's gonna
Oh,
be
you're
it's
breaking
gonna
my
go
chain of thought.
swimmingly.
you're breaking
This
my.
is gonna go swimmingly.
Okay, and then
It's gonna be amazing. Can't wait.
Damien will also take a shield and he'll step to the side, but he'll keep a distance from Jenka. And he'll put the Zeke, the shield down between him and Zeke and say, I've never seen you use one. I don't know if you can. But if used right, you do not need to wield it. It is animated. The other weaponry that we took has been identified. Swen and Kilo now wields the swords. And he'll look to Kilo to make sure that he does not take out the sword to pop out the flames. But if you are able to, then this is yours to use. We are all stronger together.
Zeke will look down at the shield and he recognizes it probably has also the marks of the mercenary company on. He will pick it up and says, yeah, when I meet the leader again and everything, I'll shove this down his throat as a last gift from his son.
I like your train of thought, Zeke. When we have a translator, I have an idea that I would like to discuss with you in the group. And then Damien will make his way back and go sit next to Olivia and continue to eat his breakfast and drink his tea.
Yeah, the shield will have the mark. Did I?
No, we never had an image.
Oh, I only put it on the note. So the shield will have that mark that's on the bottom of that note.
It's been a while, we're looking for you. How much is your head more than yours? Give me 60k.
Yeah, that was a note for Jenka. You weren't here.
I know.
But yeah, the shield has that sort of like mark engraved, carved out on it. The wolf sort of like eating the skull or whatever. So yes, that is definitely on the shield. Zeke will also recognize it as being an animated shield because he has seen Halliver use it. Has seen her use one. Oh no, he wasn't there. He was not there.
No.
Forgot about it.
No, he was not.
But yes, Damien did tell him now. So yeah, Zeke is accepting the magical animated shield.
Damien did not say that it's magical.
More than anything to shove down the guy's throat, but yeah, he's taking it. He is a flippin' hypocrite.
He is a fucking hypocrite.
But it's for his own offences. That's why it's there.
That's the other thing.
Okay. Sure, and then they can finish breakfast, and naturally Damien is waiting to see when Jenka wants to leave because he wants to speak with her.
Oh yeah, she's gonna get up and sort of like gives a nod to everyone.
He'll get up with her.
I will see you all this afternoon in front of the office in the town square. And she starts heading towards the door.
Damien will just give Olivia and Chicken says, I'll be right back. And he'll follow Jenka and say, if I may, Jenka. So we'll keep his distance.
Sure, Mr. Bloodborne. What can I do for you?
Well, you're more awake now. And it's not 6 o'clock anymore. Like I said, I am concerned about you. And I'm not going to lie. I have never lied to you, but I don't know what it is that you're going through.
I'm failing to see your point, Mr. Bloodborne.
And my point is, you went through something traumatic. And I really do think that you need to speak with someone. But it does not help if I just tell you to speak with someone who does not understand.
You see her sort of like take a breath through her nose and her jaw tightens. But more out of curiosity, she doesn't say anything because she's seeing how deep he's going to dig this hole that he has started.
Dig. Yes, he's got a shovel in his hands, don't worry. Yes, this might not be my place. And I may have my own point of view about this. And whether you take into consideration or not is your own choice. But I will leave you with this thought. I have asked my wife to speak with you, but she does not know if you would want to speak. But I can tell you that more than any person you know, even though you don't know her well, he will understand what you're going through.
There are a lot of emotions that's going across her face. Confusion is definitely one. More like a fuck. Like, are you being serious? Like, okay. Then she sort of like raises her eyebrow, her jaw sort of like wants to hit the floor. And she pauses for a second. It's like, did I hear you correctly, Mr. Bloodbone? Your wife?
Yes, you know that I am Olivia.
Yes, that is not the point that I was making. Why in the nine hells would I discuss whatever happened to me with your wife?
Because even though she's the furthest away from you to being a friend, as you might think, or even she might think, she probably is the only... Sorry, I think my mic cut out there.
The last thing I heard, she is probably the only.
Yes, she's probably the only person who I know and have ever met who might understand what you're going through, or actually will. You would have noticed, Jinka, that I look at you and I direct everything to you the same way as I always have, because I look to you with respect. But for what you went through, which is an act of disrespect, he has suffered the same.
She looks at him sort of with a little bit of disbelief and definitely some shock as well. And he can see that she's trying to form some form of words or sentence, but she's failing. as this is quite the information that she's receiving. Mr. Bloodborne, while I appreciate the information that you are sharing regarding your wife, and I do obviously sympathize with her, whatever it is that happened to her. And I mean this with no disrespect and no offense, but your wife is not the friendliest or most talkative person or approachable in that regard. So I am really struggling to see how this situation that you are trying to organize is going to work. Are the two of us going to sit awkwardly around a table while she drinks some tea that gives me more a headache than anything else? Or how do you propose, or how do you plan that this is going to go?
Yes, she struggles, and I believe you get an idea of why she struggles. And even though it's easy for me to say to just talk to her because it comes naturally between me and her, I cannot offer to sit in when the two of you meet, because first of all, that would not feel right, and I have too much respect for you to try and open that in front of me. But I think you will find that Mrs. Jones can be very helpful in these situations. She knows how to speak with my wife. She's been around my wife for long enough, and she will be able to at least get you to understand what my wife is actually trying to say when she does speak, if she does. But I will not try and push myself into this, and I will even, for the sake of your own privacy, until you feel comfortable, try and distract Zeke from this. But I do want you to know that you're not alone, and that there is not just someone who has gone through this, but someone who cares.
She frowns and then she crosses her arms. So you're telling me that I should talk to your wife who went through something similar? And just open up to some random person. Now, I'm going to be very blunt with you, Mr. Bloodborne. I'm not going to talk to some, first of all, random person, nor am I going to talk to someone just because you claim that they might have an idea of what it is that happened to me. You might say that our situations are similar, but without me actually knowing whether it is or not, I cannot take you up on an offer like that.
If I may ask you, Jenka, will you hold out your arms and pull back your sleeves?
She sort of like takes another breath. You hear it sort of like go through her nose. And she'll pull up one, on the left one. And he'll see the bruises on her wrist. As well as a bunch of bruises on her arms where they sort of like grabbed her and her bruises on her wrists won't leave scars, but they are still there.
She'll see that for the first time in this entire conversation, his eyes drift from hers down to the bruises, and then back up to her eyes again, and he says, You have bruises. She has permanent scars. If you think the other scars are probably from something else, it's probably not.
I try not to think about it, Mr. Bloodborne, because it does not matter what I think they are from. Whether they are self-inflicted, which with her personality I would not doubt. No offense. But I still fail to see what that has to do with this conversation. And yes, I have noticed the scars as well as the... And he'll see she gives this kind of like shiver. I mean, they're... You cannot really miss them. The scars as well as the tattoos. I am still not sure why you think that our situations are similar. And without you giving me a reason why they are similar, again, I am going to decline your offer.
Okay, DM, I'm just trying to remember. I cannot from... Because I do not keep notes. I cannot remember how many years was it
What?
that Halavia was in the room.
It was about 20.
Okay.
No, longer.
So he'll look to
30. It was 30 years.
30?
Yes.
30 years, okay. So Damian will look to Jenka and say, you are always welcome to decline it. Like I said, it was an offer. Yes, she has a bunch of tattoos. And they offer something different that I'm not really part of this concern. But if I have to say it bluntly, and most probably my wife will kill me for saying this, and even you might, there's a difference between a day and 20 years. In chains.
She goes quiet. And she sort of like frowns. Sort of like trying to make sense of what he is saying. She gives a nod. To be honest, I am quite speechless, Mr. Bloodborne. I was not expecting that bit of information. I do not know much about elves, but the bit that I do know is that I do know they live longer and they age slower, faster, different. I'm not sure how that works. To be honest, I also don't know how old your wife is. It's difficult for humans to tell the age of an elf because they look the same for literally hundreds of years before they change. But
You'll just calmly say she's 90.
I'm not sure whether or not that is. As I said, I don't know much about them. I haven't dealt with many of them. There were a few on my cruise over the years, but it's very rare that pirates or elves become pirates. It's quite rare. So I'm not sure whether or not 90 is old or young, but if I take it from a human perspective, it seems quite a long time. And if you're saying if what you're saying is true for, by the way, it was 30, as I said, 30 years in chains, I'm not really sure what you're expecting, whether you're I don't know what it is that you are after, Mr. Bloodborne, whether or not you're looking for us to bond over this situation or us trying to fix one another, or because now you're saying that our situations are more different than what they were even before.
Yes, but even though different, there's understanding. And I'm not saying it's going to change anything. Especially not today or tomorrow. It's more of having someone you can talk with and, in a sense, speak with. I am not going to stand here and again pretend like I know, because I don't. I'm probably the only one in this house who grew up with the silver spoon. But the healing process is different from my point of view. the healing cannot begin unless you speak about it. And it's something that I've noticed. And he gives a sign. He sort of says it barely audible that Jenka hears. She's really going to fucking kill me. Yes, she is. You will find, Jinka, that from everything, even as you stand here, what you think and know about my wife, that it's not entirely the way it is. There's reasons for everything. The same way you have reasons the way you do things. And I'll leave you with this note because it's not my place to convince you on this. I wanted to bring up the idea. But I'll leave you with a lingering thought that people do change, firstly, and secondly, it's actually the most tattered books with the torn covers that have the most beautiful stories inside.
Doubt that this story is something that someone would want to read about, Mr. Bloodthorn. And if I am understanding the situation correctly, neither is your wife's story.
No, but it's... And don't take me up wrong on this when I say it, but it's the only way I know it. It's not just the actions of a man that defines who he is, but it's how he moves forward, growing from the situations that arise, that defines him of who he's going to be. So in essence, I'm not saying throw this away or forget about it. And I'm not saying that you should keep it as a vivid memory, because that's the last thing I would want for you or anyone. But keep in mind that it's our actions that define us, that shows who we are. There is still one prisoner alive that you can execute next to Zalatar. And you know what him and the group did. So make it a defining moment. Show that it is wrong. And what are the next steps that will follow if anyone is caught doing it, as you will not stand for it. Use it to grow.
Gives a bit of a nod. Oh, thank you, Mr. Blackbone. I will think about your offer. But as I said, I somehow doubt that your wife would be open to this type of conversation.
I will persuade her. Hopefully, if I'm not dead by the end of the morning.
As you should be. But I do have to go. I have quite a lot to
Yes.
to get done today. I will see you later this afternoon. And with that,
We'll see you later.
she heads out.
Yes. He will walk a few paces after and then close the door behind her. And then he'll return.
Oh, she was just gonna slam the door, but okay.
Yep. She does not get to slam the door. It's not her door.
She's a door slammer. Okay. Mrs. Jones will walk over to Kilon and she'll hand him a little note, all the ingredients that she is looking for.
I will like again put my hand to my forehead like a salute, and with a big grin, and you know, start walking towards the door. I'm like ready to go.
Yeah, so she gives him a note and then she'll also give him a coin pouch because obviously he's not going to pay for this by himself. So she gives him all of that and she'll give him a little smile like, you won't have trouble finding any of these ingredients, so don't worry. You will be able to find majority of them at the general store. I will ask you, Mr. Keelorn, however, for the clams, that you go to the harbor and find them and buy them fresh there, please.
Of course, Mrs. J. You can rely on me. And I will, after taking the note, put it in my pocket. I will rush out the door.
Okay.
Is he rushing out the door on his own?
Looks like
No,
Is
I
Kilon staying?
Yeah, I'm out. I
Wait,
think it
well, wait before you go, Kilon. Let's all go together. There's a lot we all can do.
Sure.
Okay, so ja, ek is klaar vir vanaand hoor. I'm done. My organisation geniet, maar ja, I'm done for the night. You guys
Yeah,
enjoy.
the dinner's gonna happen next week. In any case, it's not gonna happen tonight. Same with
so-
the execution. Took a little bit longer than I thought it was gonna be. But yeah,
And we saw the time now.
yeah. But no, the execution is gonna happen next week as well as the dinner. So yeah, we're just gonna wrap up a few things. But we're all basically done.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're not. Will we then continue the same day next
Well,
week?
it's up to you whether or not you want to finish up the shopping for the things, and maybe go to the prison and finish up like little bits and pieces and bips and bobs here.
I don't know if anyone else had questions. I just had like maybe 3 or 4 questions to ask the bug, depending. Well, it depends on how the bug answers. But like 3 or 4 questions that I wanted to ask.
I would like to come with you guys to the prison as well, to observe the bug. So.
I don't know if Tavares has any questions for the bug.
No.
If we can ask it. Not.
No.
As I move.
No, ek is klaar, ja.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, well, if the rest of you then still want to finish up those little loose ends, then we can. I don't mind. Because then that wraps up all those little things. Then next week we start at the execution, and then we do the dinner. 'Cause those two things are quite important, and I don't want to rush through them.
Yes. It makes perfect sense. Yeah. If Solaris is not going to be, that's fine. And those who want to go, well, we definitely will need Jappa if he's still awake. To be able to talk to the bug. Speak with the bug, and then
Okay.
they can do the shopping and return home before the execution, and then Damien can have a conversation with Halavi in the time until the execution happens. Because that's going to be fun.
It's gonna be fun. Okay, so question: are you doing the shopping first, or?
Well, Keelan was very excited, so we can do the shopping.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to do the shopping because you know, this elvish seed cake needs to like rest and rise and no. It's gonna be. I have to make it perfect.
It's strange that Mr. Jones gave money when Damien could have just signed.
Yeah, but she didn't know that they were all going with. Remember,
Oh yeah.
Keelan asked her to
Yeah.
help. So she assumed that he was going by himself, and it was more the thing being worried that the shop owners won't believe him when he says that, you know, he's buying it for them. So she gave
No,
him
that
money
makes perfectly sense.
to pay for it.
DM, with my suggestion of sending out like ravens or whatever, just keep an eye out. I have an ability here that I actually didn't read properly. It's where is it? Speech of the woods. So I can understand and decipher and chat. Also, I was just wondering for keeping an eye out on like the area of these bugs. If they do come closer, is it possible for me to send some scouts just to constantly?
Can you link
Keep
it for
checking.
me, please? I can just quickly have a look.
Sure. Okay, so. Because it says I can relay. Well, a friendly beast can relay what they've seen or heard in the. So I was thinking if I, being a circle of the shepherd druid, I could summon some birds or some sort of beast that I can use to scout and just keep us informed. Well,
Yeah, you can definitely attempt and try it when the time arises.
Okay.
And then yeah, I will let you know if something comes up.
Cool. Okay.
As they're going for shopping, Jappa will go to the prison and cast tongues and go to sleep.
Okay, so Jappa will go. Are you going to sleep? But Jappa will be there and he will cast tongues. Okay. thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. How long does it last?
I wasn't even.
An hour.
Tongues. It's 1 hour.
Okay.
Hey, what a guess.
Duration 1 hour.
Um,
Jappa will be there.
And if he needs to cast it again, then he can cast it again. I have consent. Controlled it.
Have consent for the 2 free spells I have. That's not conjuration magic. You don't have consent for any other spell slots.
Okay. So.
Well noted, and yes, thank you. If it's needed,
Okay.
but hopefully we'll only need one.
Okay. I do not have a map for the general store. I have not gotten around to building one because it's not somewhere you visit quite often.
No, we don't.
So yeah. But yes,
But you
as
can show us the docks.
Say again.
But you can show us the docks.
I can do that. I built the docks, and I'm very, very proud of it.
That's a dog, not a dogs.
Docks.
I really, really like it.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah,
I
it's
should.
lovely.
Loading.
Yeah, it's a big map.
It is big, but it's really pretty. It looks really good. There's a lot of detail.
I took a screenshot of it somewhere. Just for
Oh, if
But
we
enjoy
zoom
the rest
out,
of your
then you can see.
night.
You do hope the head gets better.
Yeah, shame, man.
Yeah, I'm
Or
gonna
sorry,
sleep
feels
away.
better.
I'll post it in.
Yeah, I'm gonna sleep it away.
Or just like
Drink 'n brandewyn.
Ek het net ram oom.
Werk ook.
Dark ram.
Nou nee, muskiete gaan nie byt nie.
Net so.
Jou vrou ook nie.
So like a side view of what it looks like, because top view doesn't always show all the nice little details that I added in.
Well, if you zoom in onto the map quite far, you can.
Yeah, no.
You don't get all of it, but you actually see that there's actually quite a bit of detail that goes into it.
Yeah, but just like a,
if you know how the program
a
works.
3D type of view is, also is quite nice. We do so like from the sides. But you'll see in the one that I sent you, or the one that is now on Roll20, there's a little bit of a few changes that I made. Adding on the wall on the other side, and I made it slightly bigger to make the bar a little bit bigger and things like that, but it's not very big changes. But I'm gonna pull you all over now. I didn't think you were gonna go to the docks.
What's for shopping? Leon needs to go shopping.
Yeah, I was not preparing you. Well, I didn't think someone was gonna, head to the docks. So Joppa and Silly are not here, but the rest of you are.
They have gone to nappy nap. Bye bye.
Yeah, well, the 4 of you.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Good night, Salvador. Hope you have a wonderful evening.
Yeah. Good
Cheers.
night.
Just.
I know it doesn't look busy, but it's pretty busy. I didn't have time to drag over all the tokens and everything. I'll do it as you guys are busy.
DM, you can give me control of Zigstack, and then I'll move around as we move around in the docks.
Okay.
Fine. And you don't have to focus on it too much.
Yeah.
I'll send Zika a screenshot of it now.
I will do that now.
The poor guy is blind. I forgot. Sorry, Tom.
Shame. Let me quickly.
No, it's fine. I'm using the theater of the mind. It's
Well,
not
you've
that
seen
difficult.
the docks.
Yeah, I've seen the dogs before, yeah.
Yeah. I've sent them
I
to
think you and Damien are gonna walk side by side, hand in hand.
hand in hand.
Skipping down the road, going la la la.
Controlled by Toothy.
There we go.
Yeah, so
Sure.
the first thing that you will sort of notice on this ship here, they're very easy to spot. Definitely like a bunch of fucking pirates up and about and all over. They're very rowdy. There's a lot of people about. It's quite busy. Ships being unloaded, offloaded. Yeah, that should not be here.
And there is no ships that Damien would recognize.
No.
Thank goodness. Then we can go on.
While we're walking, I'm gonna turn to Mr. Damien. Sylvaris' parents, the way everyone speaks is like they're not the easiest bunch. Tips you could give me? I really want to make a good first impression.
You know, Kilon, and he sort of, he actually does pinch the bridge of his nose, which is something he never really does. And he says, you know what? I don't know how much you know of owls.
I know. I've lived with owls, elves, but for some reason, yeah, even Sylvaris, you know, doesn't show enthusiasm for them. So I'm getting the impression they are extreme difficult. But I could be wrong. I'm not the best at social cues, but I kind of it's a slap in the face. This interaction.
Yeah, sorry, I don't mean to offend you. And I'll tell you this, Kilon. My interaction with owls are also different from the way I grew up. Where I grew up, we do have a lot of respect for owls. Well, I'm not almost. The entire high guard of my family is high elves. But they are a lot different from the Whisper Moons. Difficult, I would say, is an understatement.
Guys, I think I'm also gonna log off. My backup battery for the internet is almost flat because power wasn't supposed to go off because we don't have load shedding, and yeah, I don't want to use all my data up. It can get expensive.
No worries, show man.
Oh yeah. Otherwise, I can always buy a daughter.
No man, it's fine. Have a good night.
It's Alex.
You too.
Cheers.
Good night.
And as he logs off, Damien throws 6 into the sea and he drowns. No, just kidding.
Well, the one thing that you will see is as you are busy, sort of like walking on the one ship that you definitely see, all the pirates on the flags that it is flying, is there's sort of like a fox on it, and when they do pass, a lot of the pirates will give Zeke sort of like almost like a salute, and then they return to what it is that they are doing.
Oh, okay. So, yes, Kilon, difficult is not the right word for the Whisper Moons. I will let you know this. The short time that I spent with him alone, his father does not speak much. And yes, they are noble. And as horrid as it may sound for a person like me, to say the only word that comes to mind when it comes to dealing with his mother is bitch.
Oh, that's yeah. Oh, okay. Well, it's gonna be a challenge, but
Yes. I'm sorry, Kilon. I did not want to, as one would say, turn over just any leaves. You know, I'll rather be straight and blunt because you would expect that from me to give you an honest answer.
Oh, I really appreciate it. But you know, high spirits. I will still try my best to crack that egg. Yeah. Anyway, let's
100%.
look for those clams.
Where is Sven? I mean, look, is Sven following us? Has Sven fallen asleep?
Sven will follow. Sven does not have the map open. Sven will open it now.
What happened? Oh, did you think we were done?
Yeah, I think.
No. I've been reading other things while you were chatting. And I've
You've
lost
been
where the
reading
map
up?
is. Ah, okay. Yeah, I'm here. Hello.
Oh, okay. Also, Kilon, you, while we are doing the shopping, don't worry about spending money. I will sign for everything. You can return the money to Mrs. Jones.
Of course. Sure, Mr. Damon. But I am going to look for see if I can get some either some nice fey wine or some sherry on me. Please don't. It's just the least I could do. That and baking the seed cake. It is something I learned. So I'm hoping I can execute it. And just like you said, difficult, but I will try my best to crack these hard eggs. Anyway,
Sure. Let's walk. And then, as they are walking, Damien will look to both of them and say, "Am I correct in assuming that both of you have connections in being druids?" I don't want to just presume, but
I am less familiar with it than Keelon, but I do have some experience.
I'm only a druid at heart. Nature is child, if you'd like to say that. That's why I believe eventually I could bond with these monstrosities that are plaguing here. If I can spend some time and learn a bit more, it might take me quite some time, but I have a strong bond with the nature.
you'll find my next question. This is not sort of as they're making their way to where the market is. You'll have to forgive me as I don't have that much knowledge, but the reason for this question is call it a personal desire. You possess the power to make flowers grow even during the winter.
Yes. If I have a seed, I can make a plant bloom. It's a simple druid craft we learn. It's just one. It's like breathing air. It's just natural. It comes extremely natural to us.
You see Damon trying to understand, doesn't it? And he's like, sort of like me breathing fire.
Oh, exactly like that. You're gifted, Mr. Damon, being a creature. Well, sorry, I shouldn't use the term creature, but to have such talents, yes.
It's fine. I am naturally a dragon by heart. What if I have an entire garden that's already in bloom? Can you keep it in bloom?
I can sure try. winter is approaching soon, I believe. So, of course, anything to help.
I'll gladly pay for it. It's just that.
No. You've done more than enough. You've welcomed me into your home. I really do appreciate it. And then I pull out the sword again. And you've given me this. Wow. You don't really come across flaming swords like any day. And I start swinging it without flames yet. It's like, whew. And then sheath it again. Trust me.
Yes.
I'm extremely grateful. Anything I can do to help.
That's very kind of you, Lon. The thing is, it's for some people considered as a little thing, but I do believe that my wife deserves flowers every day, and if I can manage it, I would give it to her. So if the odd possibility is there that we can have the garden bloom even during winter, she would gladly appreciate it as well.
Mr. Damien, I will try my best. Of course, anything to help.
I do appreciate.
Yeah, and I'll say to him, and I have a specific seed that I'm hoping Salvaris's mother might enjoy. It's gonna be a little bit of another surprise, That's why I'm quite confident. Confident is a strong word. I got the heart that I'm going to attempt to win them over.
I will leave it in your capable hands.
I know, deep out of character, deep down you're like, no chance.
Actually, you know what? At this point, I'm just like, you know what? This can go either way, and I'm looking forward to it. Out of character, I'm just like, you know what? I love this. So let's go for it.
It could go, terribly wrong, but it's gonna be worth it.
Forgive me for asking this, Sven. Then, are you more, if I presume, only monk than druid? As you said, you're not as in touch.
My time spent isolated was more focused on improving myself, and in turn, for both survival and to live at peace, I did become one with nature to an extent, but it's definitely more improving myself than having the talents that Keylorn has.
That makes sense. You will have to forgive me if I just presume, but I'm basing this off the little bit that I gained while watching our recently departed friend Gingy, who
I'm definitely more talented with my fists than with the magics of nature, but I do have some talents in nature.
I do like it. You and both of you. Will admit it's the first time that I've met Fullbox. They're not very common in Argus, but it's nice. I feel calm when I'm with you. You give off this relaxation, almost like tea.
It is a strange description. I like it.
It is interesting. I like it too. But Mr. Damien, also, I think we appreciate meeting someone like you. The group is very different, and our first encounters was kind of strange. A wizard trying to kill the tiefling. Yeah, it was interesting. Yet you've always come across like you care a lot about the team, which I have to again say I truly admire, and I feel extremely comfortable, being under, this group. Having yourself, I would say, almost as like the leader. Yeah, it's different, but I feel good about it.
You'll see that Damien sort of has a bit of a wide-eyed expression, and he contemplates for a second as he answers, and then he says, "Well, I don't see myself as the leader of the group, but it's only fair that both of you do know that I am not from here, as you have learned. I am from a different continent. I would, as some of the others would say, I was born with the silver spoon in the mouth. So I am considered a noble in this country. But I also believe that I gave up the right as leadership of my own country the moment I decided to marry my wife and not marry one of my kind.
That must have been challenging, but sometimes wild plants can bloom in different areas that they're not accustomed to. So I know that every decision, there's a reason behind it, and it must have been hard to disconnect, but there's definitely a bigger picture, fate that's brought you here and brought you into the arms of Miss Helivira.
I like the way you see things, Gilon. It warms my heart. I think fate is a nice word. I also do believe that love will always prevail. And I do believe firmly that one should be allowed their own choice of who they wish to marry. But it's fair, because you have not been here, that the both of you do know this bit, and if you do wish to know more, you are welcome to ask, and I will share as much information with you as I'm comfortable.
There'll always be a time and place, and yes, thank you for being so welcoming, and even open, just allowing us to ask these type of questions.
I do not see why I should not allow it. Like I said, in this country I'm merely seen as a noble, so I don't wish to called by my peers as a noble. You have the fullest right to call me by my name, because that's how I wish to be called, and that's how you would like to be called, I presume. You don't want the addition of a title, you want your name. It brings a sense of bond.
100%. But I do rather prefer calling you Mr. Damien, because it just seems fitting for me.
I can understand that. And he'll look to Sven and say, it stays your option as well. You can call me just Damien, or however.
Well, I do look forward about learning more about you, just Damien.
Just Damien. I love it.
It's just going to be wonderful.
Yes. Let's go find, what is it that you need to find at these docks, Kilon? I have
Well,
not
I
faintest
sent you
idea.
the list, Keelong.
Fresh clams is... Okay, you're saying...
I sent you the list. I actually wrote
Awesome.
it.
That is one hell of a list.
How do you know?
I took a peek. I took a peek on the stream.
Oh no, that was
Oh, you
different,
saw it on
different
the
things.
stream.
Well,
Oh, I just saw one massive long list. I was like, that's a whole lot of ingredients.
That's the list. I don't know.
Oh, no, I didn't read it. I just saw it. I was like, oh,
I don't know
no,
if you can see it
whoa.
now. I don't know if you can see it. Yeah. No, I actually wrote down the dishes, and then I wrote down the ingredients that goes into them. So she's making what's the first one? Is an appetizer the
So-
first one? Yeah, so
Yeah,
appetizer is the
entree.
first one. So I wrote it wrong. So appetizer would be clams and cream sauce, and I forgot to. I know I sent it as entree, but that's wrong. So appetizer
Yeah.
is clams and cream sauce. Then she's looking for berry wine. The entree then will be the circle with the Wyvern, which is a rice dish.
Moving.
No, it's actually spelled Vaervren. I don't know how to pronounce that.
Viren.
Something like that. So
Shit,
that's like
what a
a
name.
rice dish. So that will go with the surkil, whatever. I don't know. As well as with the grouse.
Grouse.
So that is the entree, and then she heard, quote unquote, that Keelon is planning on making a type of dessert. So she's not making dessert, but she will make an elven bread, and then she's also looking for mist cheese, which is apparently something elvish. And then she's going to make a whale dather spread. That's something that goes on the elven bread. Yeah, I actually went through all the types of
I'm
dishes.
gonna say this now, DM. I hope the dishes that you chose for your NPCs are going to be fitting, and I hope you will make sure that they are happy with it.
What do you mean?
You're picking the dishes that
Oh,
the
for
NPCs
the
will eat.
parents.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna, even though Zeke's not, I'm gonna base, since I'm assuming Miss Jenka will be also still a guest, perhaps we can do something a little bit special for her too. She's come with, back from so much trauma. Is there anything that she really fancies that we could just buy and have it there?
Oh, he's not here.
And he's not here,
Yeah, but Damien will
Yeah.
say to Kilon, It's a wonderful idea, Kilon. However, although I want to say it's just let's focus on Savaris' parents. But if we take into consideration the past few days, we need to understand that Jenka is dealing with a lot of things on her mind. I had a chat with her earlier today, and I'm not going to divulge any information that is not mine to give. I'm going to be in trouble already when I get home later. But if I can make a suggestion, I think she will appreciate if she sees that we don't really look at her sympathetically. But also, even though it's very visible, for just a second. But on the deal. That we just look at her, look her in the eyes when we speak with her. There's a difference from when I look at you and I speak with you looking into your eyes than to when I look at you and you can notice my eyes darting around, looking all over you, trying to examine you. I think looking her in the eyes will make her feel a lot more comfortable and safe.
Thank you for that advice, Mr. Damon. That's a good idea. I am usually a little bit nervous around the ladies anyway. I even by mistake went into Neela's room, and she kind of saw me in the bath, and even I can't really look her in the eyes either. But I for Miss Jenka, I will do that.
I think when it comes to Nila, she would appreciate it if you would also then look her in the eyes and just make note of apologizing for the mistake that you made.
As usual, wise words. Thank you. Yeah.
I'm not the wisest, Kilon. I'm trying to, as one can say, diffuse this situation as much as I possibly could.
Sure. Let's go look for these clams and oysters,
Sure.
and then obviously we'll walk. Then
I'll take it there's only one market here. One shop. Goldfish. I said, is there only one shop that we're going to buy from here, or is there multiple? Or do we have to figure that out? 'Cause you're very soft.
Who,
Oh,
me?
now I can hear you a bit better. You?
Oh, no, I was busy letting the dog in. I wasn't close. There are a couple of markets, a couple of little stalls. So, you'll see, like, quite a few. And also, sort of, like, smell them.
Remember.
I'm gonna try sniff out a fresher like.
I mean, there's
little-
there would be a lot of people. It would be really, really busy.
We'll just take him along.
I just really didn't
And that's fine.
think you're gonna be here, so
And
I
then-
didn't upload all the tokens.
Sven is going to make intense eye contact with whoever he passes.
Obviously.
Most of them don't really care, but as I said, as you pass the ship here, it's the sort of like the biggest out of all of them. You do see some of the pirates sort of give Zeke a little salute, But they are very, very fucking rowdy. I mean, if you're asking someone where to go, then they would definitely point you in the direction of the little market.
Yeah, Damien would definitely be asking, so they don't go into the quartermaster's place.
Which would be this stall here with the blue, not the blue, the sort of like green and white.
Up here.
Yeah, and there.
Then we go there.
Yeah.
Magically, Damien disappears, appears there. With Zeke. Hand in hand, skipping along. like
Hand
two
in hand,
cool
skipping
girls.
along, best friends forever.
He's not here, so yes, he's not here, so I can do it.
He's a sport enough, so he'd laugh.
I know you would.
Yeah, so as you like walk up to the stall, there are a couple of people there looking, and eventually after about 10 minutes or so, you get to the front of the line, and the guy looks at you. Well, good morning. What can I do for you today? Can I offer you some squid, some octopus, some clams, some oysters, some mussels?
Clams and oysters, please. We have a very important dinner. So please, the best you have.
And how many would you like?
Enough for... Okay, so... I'm just thinking there's gonna be 2 additional people, plus the whole lot that's usually there, so what, 8, 10... So enough for 10 people. 10... yeah. I'm gonna just order maybe 20 oysters, and clams are tiny, so okay, a couple kilos of clams.
Couple of kilos.
Yeah, who knows? Shit. All I know is I can't mess this thing up, so I just need a decent amount.
Sure. So enough for 10 people. Clams for 10 people. Oysters for 10 people.
Yes. Yeah. It's a starter, but perhaps a little bit extra, just in case anything goes wrong. You know.
Of course.
Like I said, it's an important evening.
Of course. He grabs a bag, and he'll separately in one he'll put some clams, and in another one he'll add in a couple of oysters. He'll weigh them, writes it down, and then hand it over to Keylorn. Then he looks at his book. Well, that will be a total of about four gold pieces for that amount.
Damien will just say, where do I sign?
I'm sorry. And then he turns the book around. You can just sign there.
He will write down the details of his own account and sign for it to have it put on his own personal bank account.
Okay.
There's a reason for this.
I don't care what the reason is.
And he'll sign it as here you go, sir. Yeah, I think you will find all the details in order.
Thank you. Enjoy your meal.
Thank you.
Oh, thanks so much. And then we continue, and we go down. I think we have to go to the general store just to get the rest of the stuff.
Yeah.
Porcupine
Yes.
meat, herbs, leeks.
That happens in theatre of the mind.
Yeah,
God, it's gonna
and
be theatre of the
when
night.
when we are scoping about, I'll also be like inquiring about fancy Fey wine and sherry that I can personally buy for the evening.
Okay. Can I have a conversation on the way there?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, go for it.
Okay, sweet. Kilon, you mentioned that you spent time in the Feywild.
Well, yes. That's specifically why I would really like to make a good impression with Sylvaris, because I believe she's knows things of the Feywild. Yeah, and I originally am from there, and yeah, when I was younger, yeah, it's a long story, and I've my clan, yeah, it's extremely long story. I found myself in not there anymore, and yeah, I was taken in by elves. That's why I mastered Elvish, and yeah, know quite a bit about their customs and that, and the nature in the is it the grassland? Sorry, out of character.
Yeah, that's grasslands.
The grasslands and that. Yeah.
No, sorry, Trinimir. Trinimir is
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, Trainmere is the forest with the elves.
the
Yeah.
Elven Forest, yeah.
Yeah, and that's where I've been for a good few years, and haven't been able to go back. Yeah, and yeah, well, it's just not. I don't think it's. You'd be interested in listening to my story, but I am. Yeah, I think it's talking to various parents might be a good step for me. Yeah.
Kilon. I don't think you fully understood when I was divulging the information. So this might not be my place to say it, but I don't think Sylvaris' parents has been in the Elven Forest for a very long time, never mind whether they have actually been in the Feywild.
Oh. But do they any information? Perhaps they have books. Stories, anything is of value to me.
Sure. You see, the thing is, the information that was given to me, especially regarding the facts of the Feywild, was information obtained via a very powerful spell called the Wish spell.
I'm not aware of a spell like that.
It's a spell that can grant you anything you desire, but you will need to be careful, as there could also be drawbacks on the spell when you cast it. Call it the battle between good and evil. I don't know if you know what a djinn is.
No, not really, Mr. Damien.
Well, from what I understand, a djinn is the grantor of wishes, but when you want something on a wish, everybody thinks, okay, I'm going to wish to be the strongest person in the world. But what's the drawback of it? Because all that power has to come from somewhere. Where are you gaining it from? If you understand now what I'm saying.
Of course.
So I spoke with the parents and asked for knowledge and information. Because I was trying to find something or an answer to a problem that I have, and the problem that I have is aging. So the answer came that the place that I seek is within the Feywilds, and it is called the Fountain of Youth.
I've heard of such things.
Yes.
But I might be asking out of place, but what would your interest in that be? For? Is it for yourself? Because you know you don't look like you need anything like that. You know.
I'll tell you this. I am what is considered in human years as 16 years old. By Dragonborn means, I am 1 year over the rightful age limit. We become full adults at the age of 15. But we only live to the ripe age of about 80, if you are lucky, 100. So it comes into question when I am married to my wife, who is an elf. And I do not seek the fountain to become young again, but I seek a part of the fountain that can allow me to age slower at the same rate as elves.
I see. That makes sense, and you know, for love, we must do what we can.
Yes, I promised my wife forever, and I intend to keep that promise.
Well, Mr. Damien, we can get to the Feywild. I will be your trusted guide, and I'll help you. It will be a win-win situation.
Yes, but I think all of us need to go together.
Of course, sir.
However, you are aware that the time in the Feywild is different than on the outside.
Oh, of course.
And that poses the problem with another issue I have, because the connection between my wife is on a different level, and in the past when we have been separated, it did not go well. Yes, we now have the means via sending stones to communicate at least once a day, but I fear when it comes to time in the Feywild, it's going to be different, and it is going to cause more damage to her, so I might have to ask that we take her along, even if she's just there in the background, accompanying us.
Makes sense, and like I said, fate will steer us in the path at the right time, I believe. So, one day at a time.
One day at a time.
Yes.
You two are really something different. It's nice having you around. I believe the group needed you. And I think with Japa around as well, things will become different. In the past, things have been difficult. Communication has always been bad. I'm trying, and yet at the same time I'm struggling. But when it comes to dealing with things, if we have the chance, planning is key. And I think the calmness the two of you for Spring can help in us planning things out better.
Thank you, Mr. Damien. It means a lot. It does feel like this group is what I wouldn't say well balanced, but it's like nature. The ebbs and flows. Everything is just melding in the right way.
Yes.
Even with the short time that we've been here. Yeah.
I do think that if we as a group start working uniformly together, it will actually make things easier for me. Because although I don't mind being at the front, it's difficult to be at the front and be concerned about the ones in the back at the same time. You know, a group is only as strong as, or shall I say, a chain is only as strong as the weakest link. If we have all the links secured, then we will basically be indestructible.
I like that.
I will do my best to make up for Sylvaris's shortcomings.
Oh, I love it. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Understood. But yes, the two of you will be glad to note that I was lucky enough to receive my shield back. A bit earlier than anticipated, but I have my shield with the holy symbol back.
Fantastic. Mr. Sven, I was just thinking, with your experience with spores and that, do you have any relax type of herbs that we could perhaps use? Thinking of adding some relaxants in some of my baked goods. Maybe that will help calm the Sylvaris's parents down a little. Open them up.
I'm staring myself in the DM laughing because I'm certain your mind is going exactly the same way as mine is.
We're trying to roofie his parents, right? That's where we're going.
He's trying to drag
Well,
his parents.
We're trying to drug his parents.
Oh,
Well,
no.
And I know exactly where to get the drugs.
Like Sven's always like a little bit of like on a high, so I'm like, the must know some good herbs.
Well, it depends on what he
I
remembers
thought I
from the
was
tea,
hiding
then.
it better, but okay. I'm not familiar with what's available in Nipcam, but I'm aware there are some potent relaxing herbs and other such commodities, we could always stop by the. Do people call it a herbalist?
Yeah,
Nature
herbalist,
herbalist.
alchemist,
herbalist.
whatever.
We could stop by the herbalist and inquire.
Spain, Keelan,
I
As
would
much as I-
100% agree you, man. So
as much as I want to be the paladin who says no, I'm fairly certain that the one I serve will think this is not the worst idea in the world. But you can speak with Mrs. Jones.
Sure. That's it.
Mrs.
Mrs. J.
Yes, don't try it. I will recommend it to you both. Don't try it. But the team, myself, and my wife drink. They too have some ingredients that helps to keep us calm. Initially, I was curious and I drank it, and it was nice, and it had a nice calming effect. I've grown accustomed to it over time, but it does help one to calm, perhaps. We have some of the ingredients loose that you can use hints of, because I'm not going to lie, this is strong, but you can try.
Yeah, Sten will know.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
somewhat
really
familiar with the tea.
Yes.
Oh,
It is
yes.
a must-have recipe.
Damien looks to Sven and he's like, "You tried the tea?"
I did.
Mm.
It's my first night at the house. It was a wonderful night's rest.
It's not for the faint of heart, if I can put it like that.
I do not see why you wouldn't recommend it. I'd always drink another cup. It was very nice.
Well, if you put it like that, I'm not going to deny you the pleasures of it. I'm not going to say it's on my recommendation, but if you do feel that it's necessary for you at some point in time, you are welcome to ask Mrs. Jones if she would be willing to make you a cup. But I'd recommend it only for bedtime, until you are accustomed to it.
Yes, I did notice that it does take the wits out of you quite a bit.
I cannot relate, but I understand. I was fortunate. But yes, apart from that, yes, we've I think we've discussed mostly everything. Obviously, the weather is changing, getting cold.
I do have a quick question, just Damien.
Yes.
Is this a formal event with Solvaris' parents?
Yes, I believe it will be, as he is of noble descent and they are considered high elves, or as my wife would say, fucking high elves. But don't relay that same wording, just high elves.
So fucking close, damn it.
Kom maar, skoon dit voor die kak. Nee.
Yep. I can just hear Kuno's like, but Damien, like I thought you said that they're fucking high elves and not just like the high elves.
Don't try and pull a saying
I
on me.
looked and greeted them. Oh, you must be the fucking high elf.
That's why I immediately
the
said,
fucking high elves that Damien is talking about.
oh fuck, nee. I will call you out on metagaming for it. No, he says high elves. They are high elves. Fuck. Damien is a car. That was already fucking up to his neck deep in shit with Hadavia when he gets to have a conversation with her, so please do not make it any worse.
He just said, like, you know, he said fucking high elves to them.
No. he corrects himself and says, no, just they are considered high elves. Do you need me to explain how it works?
Charisma score of -1 and intelligence of 0, just saying.
Your
Slip of the
intelligence of
tongue,
minus your intelligence of -1 is only 1 below Damien's. So
My intelligence is just a 0, luckily.
oh,
My charisma though.
oh.
I'll make sure to use all the social cues.
I'm
Damien
a
has
barely
taught me.
I am a barely functioning paladin, okay? I've got 12 on charisma, I'm supposed to have 13. Because I cannot even add another class because of my charisma score. I need a charisma of 13 to add whatever.
Sorry, I just noticed that I have fucking proficiency in skills. Oh, it's the sword.
Oh, the sword.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
Martial
I'm a
weapons.
fucking excellent conversationalist now. Never mind. Fucking face of the party, here we go.
Ah, there we go. Thank you. All right. Yes. My wife is not fond of high elves, so, but I'd recommend you just refer to them as Mr. and Mrs. Whisperwind.
I have to admit, the high elves I've met, I'm not the fondest of either. So
I think it makes sense, but I think if my family do one day come and visit, you will see a much different view on what high elves can be like. And I know Solaris will complain about it, because how can a high elf serve someone else? But they do it out of their own free will. It's for the greater good.
sounds quite political.
Well, if you consider it, my family is at top when it comes to political, yes.
I'm not well versed in politics. It's
Unfortunately, I was born into the kingdom, if one would say it like that. So, when it comes to political, unfortunately, I know, but fortunately, I understand the difficulties.
I mean this with no ill intent, but that sounds like a terribly boring way to grow up.
It was a land,
I'm
yes.
glad you got away from it.
Actually, so am I. I've made new friends. People
Been
who do
making
not
many-
judge me of what I am, what I do, but they accept me for who I am, no matter how I look. You accepted me far long before you knew I had a different background. You just accepted me for me.
But I have only known you for the you I've seen, so I don't see how I could accept you as someone I've not met.
Are you trying to break his brain? Fuck.
No,
Poor
Sven is
Damien.
very confused currently.
Yeah, you're busy confusing Damien. No, Sven, you know what, it's fair that you know proper truth. And he'll actually take out his scroll of pedigree. And he'll show on it his name. and say, here you can see, my name is Damien Bloodborne. I am the Prince of Arcus. This is who I am. I am also a Dragonborn. And I am a paladin. But you have not seen me differently. You've not seen me as a prince, and I do not wish to be treated as a prince. You have treated me, as you have mentioned, as just Damien. Which is what I want. Because I'd rather have you as a friend than just as someone I know.
Then we'll just stand with a big grin on his face.
I'm trying to piece the grin. Why are you smiling so big?
It's nothing. This general store is quite far away.
Yes, it is. So we have some time. Please. Do tell.
Kind of just looking down at the floor as he's walking, trying to avoid eye contact. It's just nice to hear. This was the. Not many people have called me a friend, and you've done so twice in quite short succession. It was nice to hear. And I'll just kind of pick up the pace a little, trying to walk away.
Okay. I mean, we'll keep up with him. No secret. You and Kilon arrive.
And try me, I have 50 feet to walking speed. I cost long stride on myself to actually have the 50 feet walking speed.
But
I will keep on dashing
and
and
see the general store, so like approach.
I'll dash, and if the DM says I'm starting to get exhaustion, I will relieve the exhaustion, so don't worry. I'll keep up. So when you and Kilon arrived, and there's no easy way of saying it, you saved our lives. The wording goes, from what I believe, a friend in need is a friend indeed. When I needed someone to save my life, you guys showed up. So why not call you a friend?
It was a fortunate coincidence that led us to save your life, but it could have just as easily been any other day walking in the woods for either of us. It was per happenstance that we managed to arrive in time. So please, you don't need to think too much about that.
Or was it, as Kilon would say, right? Remember, we are here, but we are not just here. We have purposes that we serve. Perhaps there's a reason why we met. Perhaps you are going to have a much bigger impact in my life than you think. Perhaps I am destined to have a bigger impact on your life.
Definitely fate, Sven. Who knew? two furbolgs crossing paths in a town like this. I didn't think I'd come across someone like me.
I wasn't expecting it either, but it was a pleasant surprise. It made the days following our first meeting quite a bit easier. Seeing a face that matches my own, if that would make sense.
I think we're here. I'm so excited to get the rest of these ingredients.
Definitely. I'll be one step behind you. And Damien stops just outside the door and he looks up to the sky. What does the weather look like to him?
It's sunny.
Is it sunny still? Okay.
Yeah.
Just making sure. I'm also trying to drop hints, but yeah.
I'm darting across every little table, looking at things.
Damien's just walking into the front desk to greet Mandy.
Yes, she watches you. You all come in. She's like, good morning.
Good morning.
Anything
Morning.
specific that you're looking for?
Oh, we have a long list, and then I'll rush over and
I found this map on the internet. I did not make this.
and
It works.
hand her this long list. Would you be able to help us with some of these ingredients? We have a very important dinner that we're arranging this evening.
Of
So, yeah.
course. She takes the list from him and she goes through it and she nods here and there's like, oh, okay. Okay. Ugh. Interesting. Well, yes, I do actually have everything. It's not my my taste, but yes, I do have everything. I can pack up everything for you, and then yes, you can take it with you.
Oh, what? We really appreciate it. But can I also ask? It's not on this list. I'm looking for perhaps some fey wine or berry wine, a nice sherry, something that of a good vintage. You know, we're trying to impress our guests, and that they are hard people to please. So anything along those lines, or perhaps you can point me in the direction of where we could procure some of these.
Well, there is berry wine on your list, and that is a very good wine. I do have one that's about 400 years old. But it's very, very pricey.
How much would that be? Separate to
Well, separate to the food and the ingredients that you're looking for, the berry wine alone is going to cost about 150 gold
Okay, I just want to check how much gold
per bottle.
It's what fucking dude.
Okay, I should have
That's
enough.
so much fucking money.
I'll take one of the special ones separately, and then a normal one for cooking. purposes. In addition, if I'm making a spectacular seed cake, I need a few ingredients like aniseeds, caraway, coriander seeds. Yeah, if you have any of those, I'd like to purchase it with the wine. as
Of
well.
course. I have all of that. What happened with my pen? Oh, here it is. I mean, if you give me about 10 minutes or so, then I can have everything packed up for you to take home.
Wow, that's perfect.
Damien's going to tap Kilon on the shoulder and says, I don't want to intrude, Kilon. But when it comes to the cooking side, I understand you want to buy the wine separate as a gift from your side. I'm not going to interfere with your decision on that. When it comes to the cooking ingredients, please put it on our account. My wife has a very distinctive manner of thinking when it comes to guests in our house, and that includes you.
Mr. Damien, you really shouldn't worry. I feel comfortable contributing.
You are already contributing enough with being in the group and making sure I get home safe. I'm fairly certain that even if you spoke with my wife about this, she pretty much would say the same. As long as you are keeping me safe, she does not mind having you around.
I reluctantly just bow and accept it, and I know deep down know that it's fighting a losing battle with Mr. Damien. But I'll reiterate the wine, though, please. I'm at least that's the least I could do.
Well, it's a gift to the Whisper Moons for them to drink from. Yes, certain there won't be issues on that. It's just
I hope they enjoy it. So,
I do too.
yeah, 150 gold pieces.
That's just for one bottle.
Yeah, for one bottle.
Do you want me to fork out another 150 for another bottle just in case they like it? I will gladly pay. I'll gladly give you the money to buy 2 bottles.
No, Mr. Damien, if everything goes according to plan, they'll enjoy this bottle. Wink, wink.
Ben is so ready for this.
You know what? The water's the mood. Yes. You know what? Go for it. I'm all ears. Go for it.
400-year-old bottle. They are gonna enjoy this, and they won't taste the hint of what my friend Sven is gonna help me put in it. Wink, wink. It's all good.
Yeah, so after about 10 minutes, she comes back and she packs up everything in a box. She puts the 2 wine bottles separate and all the ingredients in another box. Okay. Are you paying for everything together?
No. I'll pay for the vintage wine separately, and I'll pass over 150 gold pieces.
Okay, that is perfect.
150.
And how much for the rest?
I'm doing math. For everything else, it is including the bottle to cook with, and all the ingredients and everything else that you wanted. It is 155 gold pieces.
Okay. Not saying Damien does not have the gold because he does, but also knowing that if Halavir finds out that Damien paid for everything, he's going to be in so much more shit. So he'll sign on her account very reluctantly. Because he knows.
What does Zeke say? Woman.
No, he doesn't. Damien doesn't say that. He understands.
No, it's more from
And it's her way of trying.
Yo,
In
Damien,
Damien's mind.
out of character, Damien and Zeke are chalk and cheese with women. Yo, chalk and cheese.
Well, out of character, it's difficult because my point of view, I don't want to deal with Jenka and her shit. Not talking about the recent shit.
Yeah, just
The old Jenka, but that's obviously I'm saying that after I have gone through every step by step and learning the backstory and all of who Halavir is, which is also a thing by yes, sure, I as a player know it and Damien knows exactly the story, but I've also subtly been trying to get other people to communicate with her because in my mind it's scary and trigger warningly backstory, but it's not just about the backstory, but it's about what is now under the facade, as you would call it, of what a Halavir is. Because everybody sees these things, but nobody speaks to her. And this is why Damien's been putting these things out, like, you know what, Halavir, maybe you should speak with Jenka. And he goes to Jenka, and you know what, you should talk to her. It's like, you know what, Kilon, you want to study these things? Halavir has dissected these things. Maybe she can give you some pointers on what she knows of them. Because that's how it's going. It's a very difficult thing when dealing with it. And I'm not going to give away any information from what I know, but like, if you want to know, try and find out.
yeah.
Good luck. May your soul rest in peace. Just kidding. But like, it's been a couple of weeks now, and with sessions where I'm like edging on it, like people trying to. It's like now with the weather, I've been like throwing hints thinking about the weather. No one talks about the thunder of the previous night because for Damien it's a normal thing. He's used to it. No one mentions it in his vicinity or talks about it, which is very strange to me, but
I was also trying to bring it up during breakfast with Tanilla when she mentioned it, but
no one asked Damien about it. If you ask him, he has all
we
the
cannot hold a
answers.
conversation for shit. So
the thing is, why specifically would they ask Damien about it?
Well, no, now, when Damien was talking about the weather.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he mentioned that the weather is changing.
Yeah.
Thunder, weather,
Yeah,
Yes, I'm doing it very subtly, but I cannot go and directly just put it out there because it's still considered metagaming, and that's not what I want.
No.
But giving the hint of the idea that, oh yes, this did happen previously in the session, because we don't always remember. But
I think
it's
also things will improve with the communication in general. I think with the storyline that we're currently in, it's very strongly between yourself and Zeke, with your personal reactions and that. I think very soon the whole group will be, just gelling a little bit more, asking questions, bouncing off, because, like, I don't know if Sven feels the same, but I sit back and you know, just let things thing, because you don't just like you don't want to say something when we're in such you know, emotional issues like with the Jenka thing. We're not too sure exactly what's going on with your relationship with Helivia and what, like, we know she can't be touched. We know, I think we're very new to everything.
Yeah.
So it's like, I think we'll definitely get there. It's just
Oh yeah, no. But that's also why.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but that's also why it was specifically. It's like there was never a mention of don't talk to. It was just
Yeah, no,
don't
100%.
touch, because that is not. I'll say this out of character. It's not for giggles. It's for the protection of the character as well. Because Damien, as he stands there, can barely survive it
Yeah.
if shit goes wrong.
And I think with Sven and myself, we like we've come in like in the middle of quite a few things that are going on, so like we don't even really know the full story with the vampires. We're just there to assist, and then
Oh, yeah.
so yeah, like everything's we're trying to make sense of everything at the moment.
No,
So yeah, it's I think we're definitely
no, it's a hard thing to come into,
yeah.
but it's also like from my side, I've been trying to also get the
Yeah.
communication flames, like, and that's why I also like want to ask questions. Please ask questions.
Yeah,
This is
because
why
in
the
this,
conversations
in
are
this
going.
campaign, if you don't ask questions for
You don't
some
know.
reason in this party, you don't get the information that you need. Communication is it's a fuck up. It's a fuck up with
Yeah.
this party.
That's why I threw the whole thing out
Yeah.
with the, you know, the pedigree and where he comes from, because it's difficult when people in this party don't talk, but trying to gain the trust, not knowing any idea of what the stories, the backstories of Killen or Swen is, or what they actually might be here for or doing, but trying to give out something to install trust, to get more communication flowing. So,
Yeah,
yeah.
because you guys basically came in. Yeah, you came in
think,
with the vampires, which was just before Zeke's sort of like backstory character arc type thing. So that is why it's a lot of Zeke and Jenka moments, because this is backstory related for him. But I can throw in a bit of, you know, Sylvaris's backstory as well before I completely move over to him, because I like to focus solely on one player at a time. So then it's, you know, their story, bringing everything in and their thing, and then I sort of like move on to the next one. Yeah, just before Zeke, it was basically Damien and Halavir, when with their relationship and them getting married, and it was Damien's birthday, and you know, his parents trying to marry him off to someone else and things like that. So yeah, it takes me quite a
Yes.
while to write the stories, and then we play it out for however long it takes. And yeah, because we're trying to get some character growth from Mr. Edgelord himself.
Hopefully.
Which
Yeah.
has been...
It's all good.
Damien's going to ask Mandy if she can have everything expressly delivered to the house, as they have another errand to run at the prison.
Oh, of course, yes. Definitely. I will make sure it gets delivered.
Thank you. Mrs. Jones will be waiting for it.
Sounds good.
Thank
He
you,
gives a
Mandy.
smile. let's go talk to a bug, and then I have an idea to bounce off the two of you, seeing as you are speaking the most today. And then as they head out.
Just quickly, DM.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
With my knowledge of medicine in general, and then what I've started to learn,
Mm-hmm.
would a medical sedative put into, let's say, food or drink be tasteless? Asking for a friend.
You guys are gonna fuck up this dinner so bad.
Wait, just making sure, is this still on stream so you can hear catch up to it or not? We'll just tell him that now.
Yeah.
We shortly after that we cut off, like 10 minutes later.
Yeah.
Say again, I didn't hear.
I said, no, you go.
Oh no, it's
No, you
something
must
about
say again.
cutting off 10 minutes later.
Oh yeah, no, I said we can just tell someone that 10 minutes later we finished off the session,
Yeah,
and then
I
he
can
doesn't
actually
have to
see
go
that
and look at the stream.
There's nothing left there. Let me do that. Hold on. 'Cause I think it's literally just you and Sven on there still.
Well, I can see everybody who's still on there.
Yeah, so can I, but it's mainly bots.
Yeah, which is weird. But there was a new bot that came in, and he actually had the sound active, but counted as a weird.
Yeah, because it's just the two of you, and Eclipse is a bot, Kofi's a bot, Mark 8 Blade 2 W is a bot.
That's a bot.
The
This is a bot. 4Jag is a bot.
yeah, those are all
Then
bots.
there's a new one, Rodriguez, but he actually had the sound active.
Regress Z.
RODORIGES.
It's oh, it's not
He's
even.
gone. But he was there for quite some time.
But how